Dfree really is the first faith-based strategic response that includes both education and action to the economic plight of African Americans. Debt is really the first and major barrier to financial freedom. You're not going to own a business. You're not going to accrue assets. You're not going to leave a legacy if you use credit and debt as a lifestyle. We wanted to teach people based on biblical principles, based on culturally relevant instructions, how to really take control of their lives and use money strategically. So open an account, deposit money, save money, be ready for emergencies, invest money, earn money on dividends, own instead of rent, build your financial capacity.
I'm excited for the liberation that we're feeling because of Dfree and my meeting of Dr. Soares. And because of Dfree over the last couple of years, we've eliminated all debt except a small mortgage on our home. And I want to thank you for that.
You can reach 94% of the African American population through churches. The church is the strongest institution in the Black community. So when you look at the church as the birthplace of Dfree, it has an automatic accessibility to Black America because there are churches everywhere.
I want to say that this particular conference, I know it's in its 5th year, is really remarkable. And I look out and I see all the beautiful people here in this community coming out for a really great cause.
If you grow up in a low-income community or a working-class community, if you get too many credit cards, if you get bad debt, messes up your credit rate, all those things put a noose around your neck, and you're never free. And Dfree is really about liberating people, but it's about personal responsibility.
You start to really take control of your life, and then your money starts to follow, and people realize that they really do have the power to change. Nobody's gonna do it for you. That is the biggest aha moment for most people, that they have the power to change their own lives. Dfree is a 12-step process, likened to something like Alcoholics Anonymous, to help people change their behavior. So it's 12 weeks, broken down into 4 levels. There's get started, get control, get ahead, give back. And so the first part of Dfree really focuses on the heart and mindset shift. The second part, we really get into the numbers and look at your budget, look at your debt, and figure out an actual plan for you to start getting out of it. By the time you go through the first 3 levels of Dfree, you've started to see some life change. And by level 4, the idea is that you share what you've learned with other people and become a part of the movement so that we can continue to help other people get free and start to create some, collective economic and cultural synergy.
Getting started with the business, with certain things and then there was so much stuff that I did not know. We use certain credit cards to help fund this studio. Dfree, it really helped change my mindset, getting rid of credit card debt, which we're in the process of doing, it's a discipline. It is really, really hard, but being educated about your finances is key. Now, in this present day, being a business owner is something that I love. It's our 15th anniversary this year. It really is like a second home for me. Dfree program has shown me that it can work. It can happen.
Financial literacy is designed to teach people the facts about finance. Dfree is designed to teach people the truth about themselves. Fact is, if you don't balance your checkbook, you may write a check that bounces. The truth is, if you don't balance your checkbook, you're probably too irresponsible to deserve the money in your checking account. If we don't start where we start, then you're really not going to solve the problem of poverty, because poverty doesn't start with the wallet. Poverty starts in the mind.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in about 10 minutes, so if anybody needs a bio break, now would be a good time to take it. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
In 1969, when I graduated from high school, I got something in the mail that no one in my family ever had before, and that was a credit card. That one credit card turned into 3 credit cards, turned into furniture, turned into automobile purchases, to the point where I couldn't even pay the minimum payments on the credit cards that I had and the bills that I had. And I found myself basically living a lie. I had no savings, no insurance, no plan, no strategy for retirement. I couldn't even donate 10% of my income to the very church where I taught, give 10% of your income to God. Dfree really is the first faith-based strategic response that includes both education and action to the economic plight of African Americans. That is really the first and major barrier to financial freedom. You're not going to own a business. You're not going to accrue assets. You're not going to leave a legacy if you use credit and debt as a lifestyle. We wanted to teach people based on biblical principles, based on culturally relevant instructions, how to really take control of their lives and use money strategically. So open an account, deposit money, save money, be ready for emergencies, invest money, earn money on dividends, own instead of rent, build your financial capacity.
I'm excited for the liberation that we're feeling because of Dfree and my meeting of Dr. Soares. And because of Dfree over the last couple of years, we've eliminated all debt except a small mortgage on our home. And I want to thank you for that.
You can reach 94% of the African American population through churches. The church is the strongest institution in the Black community. So when you look at the church as the birthplace of Dfree, it has an automatic accessibility to Black America because there are churches everywhere.
I want to say that this particular conference, I know it's in its 5th year, is really remarkable. And I look out and I see all the beautiful people here in this community coming out for a really great cause.
If you grow up in a low-income community or a working-class community, if you get too many credit cards, if you get bad debt, messes up your credit rate, all those things put a noose around your neck, and you're never free. And Dfree is really about liberating people, but it's about personal responsibility.
You start to really take control of your life, and then your money starts to follow, and people realize that they really do have the power to change. Nobody's going to do it for you. That is the biggest aha moment for most people, that they have the power to change their own lives. Dfree is a 12-step process, likened to something like Alcoholics Anonymous, to help people change their behavior. So it's 12 weeks, broken down into 4 levels. There's get started, get control, get ahead, give back. And so the first part of Dfree really focuses on the heart and mindset shift. The second part, we really get into the numbers and look at your budget, look at your debt, and figure out an actual plan for you to start getting out of it. By the time you go through the first 3 levels of Dfree, you started to see some life change. And by level 4, the idea is that you share what you've learned with other people and become a part of the movement so that we can continue to help other people get free and start to create some, collective economic and cultural synergy.
Getting started with the business, with certain things and then there was so much stuff that I did not know. We use certain credit cards to help fund this studio. Dfree, it really helped change my mindset, getting rid of credit card debt, which we're in the process of doing, it's a discipline. It is really, really hard, but being educated about your finances is key. Now, in this present day, being a business owner is something that I love. It's our 15th anniversary this year. It really is like a second home for me. Dfree program has shown me that it can work. It can happen.
Financial literacy is designed to teach people the facts about finance. Dfree is designed to teach people the truth about themselves. Fact is, if you don't balance your checkbook, you may write a check that bounces. The truth is, if you don't balance your checkbook, you're probably too irresponsible to deserve the money in your checking account. If we don't start where we start, then you're really not going to solve the problem of poverty, because poverty doesn't start with the wallet. Poverty starts in the mind.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome back to day 2 of the 2002 Dfree Leadership Retreat and Conference here at First Baptist Church of Lincoln Gardens. We just want to welcome you. We're located in Somerset, New Jersey, but we'd also like to welcome our virtual audience. And so we'd like to say hello to everybody on Instagram and everybody on Twitter, everyone on Facebook, everyone on DB Stories social media. Good morning to everyone on YouTube, wherever you are and wherever you're joining us from. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello to our Dfree Africa team. Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. Wow, day 2. How many of you had an opportunity to enjoy day 1? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So let's do a little bit of a recap from day 1. Day 1, we had an opportunity to share with the training and engagement team on how to be able to share Dfree, the Dfree curriculum with your church, your organization, and your community. So we were able to meet the training and engagement team, and it was a phenomenal workshop, so congratulations to them as well. We certainly had an opportunity to spend some time with Mr. Andrew Thomas, who is part of our title sponsor, RWJ Barnabas. And he shared a lot of transparent information about some of the things that goes on in healthcare in the Black and brown community. And so we were very happy to hear from him. We also heard from Shani Hostin of AARP. And if I had $1 for every seasoned saint who came up to me and shared how much that blessed them as well, you know, I think I would be able to pay my daughter's tuition right now. Then we heard from Ryan Carter and George R. Barnes with a really robust, phenomenal presentation on behalf of our presenting sponsors, Prudential Financial, and they shared a whole bunch of information. We learned about how to manage money in the sandwich generation. And I was today years old when I found out that the sandwich generation is a little bit bigger than just our parents, but any other family members that we're taking care of as we're taking care of our own family. And so we're thankful for all of the information that George R. Barnes shared with us. And in my head, I'm hearing, boy, we had a time last night. Boy, we had a time last night. I hope that you were here to enjoy the worship experience that we had last night. It started off with a little bit of a reunion with Tyrus Bush and the First Baptist Church Ensemble, Praise Ensemble. And so we were able to just enter into praise and worship with them. And then afterwards, we heard Elder Lorraine Stansel Lawson. I mean, did y'all hear her go from the attic all the way down to the basement with her with her vocal range? Yes, we were blessed by Elder Lawson Stansel. And I don't know, do I need to introduce the one who needs no name? Hezekiah Walker? Yes. I was over in the corner, but I did see a lot of you singing along. I also saw a little workout going on. I mean, none of us sat down. We enjoyed worship with Hezekiah Walker, and it was just such a wonderful worship experience. And I don't know about you, but I felt a shift in the atmosphere. So not only did we go through our financial freedom, but last night we were free. And the Bible says who the Son sets free is free indeed. And so we enjoyed each other in worship. And so I pray that you had a blessed time on yesterday. But today is day 2, and we promise not to disappoint. We have so many wonderful things in store for you. But first, I'd like to have an official welcome. This welcome will come on behalf of our executive director, by way of our executive director, Tamika N. Stenbridge, Esquire.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I don't think I have as much energy as Reverend Sutton, which is why she's the host and I'm not hosting today. But I am so truly honored to see so many faces in the room and online that are with us today for day 2 of the Dfree Leadership Conference and Retreat. This is probably, I think, our 8th, 9th, or possibly even 10th conference that we've done. I would say the 8th live, the 10th overall that we've done, and we truly count it an honor to be able to share not just information with you all, but inspiration, because we do know that our money is doing what our life is doing. And for life, we need inspiration. We need the word of God. We need the word of truth. We need the word of valuable information to make sure that we have what we need to move forward. And so today we're going to continue with our theme of financial healing. You'll hear from our representatives from Prudential. We have a few additional remarks from our title sponsor, RWJ Barnabas Health. But most importantly, we are going to share with you the resources you need to leave here and move forward on your journey to financial freedom with a healed heart, a healed mind, and hopefully a healed wallet so that we can go forth and be prosperous and abundant the way the Lord intended us to be. So I thank you all so much for being with us today. Dr. Soares will be here shortly, and we look forward to having a great day. So thank you so much, and let's get this party started.
Thank you so much, Tamika and Stanbridge Esquire. I love saying her whole name. So how many of you had the opportunity to witness the gift that is found in Pastor Trevor Hyde? Whether it was traveling with him to Ghana, whether it's hearing him deliver a dynamic word at Berean Baptist Church located in Brooklyn, New York, it may have been his indescribable introduction of Dr. Soares at our Dfree Legacy Gala. Perhaps you were able to learn about the Dfree 12 Steps to Financial Freedom in our first live class of the year, and you were part of that and received your certificate of completion. Either way, today you are in for a treat as our moderator prepares to come in the person of Pastor Trevor Hyde. He will be leading a beautiful, I don't even know how to describe what's about to take place. I've had the opportunity to work with everyone personally, and so you're about to see how Dfree shows up in various churches. And so this workshop, or this panel rather, is called Financial Healing. It's inspired leadership and informed action, and it features Reverend Lisa Autry of Christ Community, located in Richardson, Texas. She is the director of finance there, and she flew all the way here so she can share about the phenomenal experience she had with Dfree. We also have with us Mr. Dwight Rayford, who has traveled from Atlanta, Georgia. He is the Dfree leader at Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta. We also have with us Sister Yolanda Barry of Agape Family Worship Church Center. She has been leading Dfree for a long time now, and it is completely embedded in what they do at Agape, and so we get to hear from her as well. And certainly last but not least, we have with us Deacon Andrea Davis of DeBar Bethlehem Cathedral in Queens Village, New York. Now I have to tell you, after she shared last week at DeBar Bethlehem Cathedral, Dr. Soares called all of us and said, we only need one Yolanda. We only need one Andrea. That's it. He said she was so phenomenal, he couldn't wait to get her on the panel. And so we're excited that you all have an opportunity to hear from each of them on today. And so at this time, I'd like to ask the panel to take their place and for all of us to sit back and enjoy all that God is doing in our churches through Dfree Global Foundation and the curriculum of the 12 Steps to Financial Freedom. Here is your moderator, Pastor Trevor Hyde.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. As a pastor, we always, when we walk into a sanctuary, we have to make the people in the pews make some noise, right? We just have to. And so if you are grateful for the work that Dfree is doing, can we just acknowledge our leaders, acknowledge our founder, acknowledge our executive director? Come on, we can do better than that. We're not a church if we don't stand to our feet and acknowledge our leaders. And so just so grateful for this opportunity. Thank you so much for the work that you are doing, and we're just so grateful for what Dfree is doing in the lives of people. I know what it's done for me personally, and just so grateful to share this panel with each of you, and I pray that we have some great conversation, and we're going to jump right on in. So I'm just going to ask this quick question, and we're going to start with Mr. Rayford. Tell us about yourself, and talk to us about your organization's experience with Dfree to date.
My name is Dwight Rayford, and I come from America's Freedom Church, the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church. And I was joking with somebody, and you see I joke a lot, joking with somebody this morning, telling them, I said, we may be the only Black Baptist church that has a U.S. Senator for a pastor. So I bring you greetings from Reverend Dr. Senator Raphael Warnock. And Reverend Warnock, very inspirational leader who wants to bless the whole congregation and every part of it and every part of the person there. And financial freedom is key to us becoming whole. So it was, kind of natural that Dfree become a part of what we do. We are, I got personally involved in it from my old church in stewardship ministry. My old church, unfortunately, was in some serious financial difficulty. And part of the way out of it was, how do we get people to see the joy of tithing? The joy of tithing, not the obligation to tithe, but the joy of tithing. And that began a spiritual journey for me to understand that. When I got to Ebenezer, totally different financial management situation, but the idea of creating or helping people to understand the joy of giving beyond themselves, supporting their church, and just watching God work when He's involved in your money, when He controls your money. So we looked for financial education programs. We interviewed a number of people, the Ramsey folk, the Crown people, and then we interviewed Reverend Sutton, and that was all she wrote. And we adopted the Dfree program. We launched last fall with our first course. And I'm probably a long ways beyond your original question. And I'll tell you one more thing that we did that I was real proud of. On Juneteenth of this year, which you may remember was also Father's Day, we had a one-day session on debt, freedom from debt, emancipation from debt, which was very appropriate to do on Juneteenth. One final piece that we're really proud of, our first graduating class from Dfree occurred last fall. And it happened to coincide when Dr. Soares was preaching at our church. So we had our graduation ceremony, and it's really something when you have a graduating class and the founder of the school that they graduated from shows up to thank them. So we thank you for that. And we're launching again this fall for another one. I'll sort of put a pin in right there.
Well, thank you for that, letting us know, talking to us about the joy of tithing. I think that's a beautiful way of putting it, and also just seeing the context in which Dfree can be implemented in. We'll talk some more about that a little bit further on down the line. Deacon Barry. No, I'm sorry, Deacon Davis. Deacon Davis. Talk to us about your experience with Dfree to date, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, well, I'm married mother of two. I have an older son that has cerebral palsy, is in a wheelchair, and then I have my younger son who is a senior this year. So thank God for that. Let's see, with regards to I'm with Prudential. And when I first came to Prudential, I really knew that I wanted to work with my community. So for 11 years, I had been with Morgan Stanley. And I got to see that a lot of the information that was there was not given to our community, right? And so for me, it was important when I was hired at Prudential that I work with our community. And I knew I wanted to bring this to my church. Well, I wanted to work with the people in my church. And Prudential didn't have like a complete program that was like a soup to nuts, program. It was like putting workshops together that I would have to do. And so I would do workshops, and it was just really wasn't what I was looking for. And then my partner at work, Alice Barnes, introduced me to Dfree at her church. And she brought me in as a co-host, and she was like, go online, do the leadership process so you can, co-host with me. So that was when I was first introduced to Dfree about 3 years ago. And I really knew that I wanted to bring this to my church. So that was how, basically, for me.
Thank you. And so you saw that Dfree filled a gap that so many other organizations and programs were not. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, definitely. And so, being a part of her church at Mount Lebanon, I was like, I want to bring this to my church. So I talked to my pastor about it, and he was like, oh, yeah, okay, we could do that. And so, my pastor, he is actually here today, Bishop H. Curtis Douglas, a phenomenal pastor at Daybar Bethlehem Cathedral. Thank you, Bishop, for coming out and supporting me. I appreciate it so much. We talked about it, and we were like, okay, yeah, we're going to get it on. And what's crazy is we had a Juneteenth conference last year, right, for the celebration of the first Juneteenth. And we actually had Dr. Soares as a panelist on our Juneteenth program. And so when he came in, I knew he was coming because I'm part of the audio team there. And I was like, I brought my book with me for him to sign. And when he came up, I was like, Dr. Soares, will you sign my book? I was like, I do Dfree, will you sign my book? And he's like, sure. I said, I really want to bring it to my church. I said, he's like, yeah. He's like, don't worry about it. I'm going to talk to your pastor. It'll get done. And I will say, he signed my book, and that was Saturday, or last year, so it was a Saturday. And then the very next Sunday, my bishop comes up to me, and he's like, we got to get Dfree here. I was like, yes. And so it was like from that point on, it was like, okay, let's organize this. And I was actually just made a deacon last year, and so I was on the leadership, thank you. I was on one of the leadership Zoom meetings that we have monthly, and he was like, okay, Deaconess Andrea, we're gonna get Dfree launched. So we tried to get it launched, we said we were gonna launch it, I think, in January, but we ended up launching it in the following February. So since then, it has been phenomenal. I am so appreciative of the Dfree Foundation and how it is really created a movement in our community, not just about being debt-free. It is not okay, come bring us your information about your debt and we're gonna help you get rid of it. No, it is a transformational lifestyle change. We have been preyed upon continuously, and Dfree is a transformational lifestyle, mental change that walks you through what it really means to plant a seed and bear fruit.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful. Dfree is a protest against predators, but it also is a plan towards prosperity. I like that. Reverend Lisa Autry.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Lisa Autry. I have a couple titles, but I have a finance background. I'm a retired banker of 32 years in commercial and corporate banking, also the pastor's wife. So I was able also to get to the leadership pretty quickly. Dfree, I learned about Dfree. I was serving on a panel, and the person right ahead of me was Miss Janiyah Lake. and I was supposed to do a presentation on whatever I was presenting on in the area of finance, but I was so caught up at what she said about Dfree, I started taking notes, and that was the best thing. I can't even tell you what I do know what I talked about, but what she talked about was transformative. We have done financial ministries, education ministries, and I know Dfree is far more than that. But we have done that at our church, so it is part of the church. It is not an option for the church. It is biblical that we understand holistic ministry. Includes, Jesus talked about economics. We understand that in the African American church, that it's social justice, but we often leave out economics. And Jesus talked a lot about economics and when he was talking about freedom, so it wasn't an option. So I literally do say Dfree was and is an answer to prayer, because it's something we have done, I'm not gonna say badly, but in a limited basis in the past. It certainly did not have people that looked like us. It was not focused on us. And so when I heard about Dfree, when I heard about Dr. Dfree, all of those things, I just really almost jumped through the roof. So we brought it to our church in, actually we launched, and I don't want to say we introduced the concept of it or reintroduced July 4th last year, which fell on a Sunday. And so we preached to it, and then we launched it, and we had over 100 people sign up. We graduated 73 people. Amen. In our first round. And as a note, Dfree, just how the Lord is leading this for us, we've also been involved in ministry in Ghana, and to learn that out of all the countries in the world outside of the United States where Dfree is, that they are in Ghana was just an amazing thing to me. So there are some things that we're able to do, trying to do, follow what the Lord is leading in terms of what Dfree has already done, what they're already doing in terms of finance even over there, and how we may come alongside and partner with that in people we're ministering to. So met actually Dr. Soaries over there in July, earlier this month, one of those it came to pass moments. So we're very, very grateful. We're very, very excited about Dfree, and I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. I've seen... Thank you so much for that. I've seen firsthand the work that Dfree is doing in Ghana, and if you ever get a chance to travel with Dfree to Ghana, you must go. You must go. Sister Yolanda, I told you I got your back. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience with Dfree.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Yolanda Barry. I am a member of Agape Family Worship Center. We're in Rahway. Hi, good morning. My name is Yolanda Barry. I am a member of Agape Family Worship Center. We're in Rahway, New Jersey. And our pastor is Pastor Lawrence Powell. We have been doing Dfree programs since 2017. Elder Audrietta, who is still a member of our team, because we're not letting her go, but she brought Dfree, she was introduced to the curriculum and brought it to Agape leadership, and our pastor and our dean, Dr. Odessa, immediately, supported it, jumped on board, and we have been having our classes ever since. We do 2 sessions per year, a fall and a spring semester. As of now, we've graduated over 400 students. Thank you. It's been amazing. I was a part of the first class, and I was voluntold, as she said. So, I came back and I volunteered, and I've been volunteering ever since. I started leading last year, and we have a phenomenal team. It's just been a tremendous experience, because I'm still on my Dfree journey. As we speak throughout our team, we all are. we say at Agape, it's a movement, and we are truly blessed to have Dr. Sori's curriculum. It's just phenomenal. You know, the steps are, when you look at it and you're involved in it, you realize how practical it is. But it's not something that we're taught in our communities. We're never taught that, you know? So it's just a great feeling for me, and I know for my team, I have my administrator, Joanne, here. We continue to do it because we believe in it, and it also helps us. Each time we do the classes, it's so inspirational. We get so many testimonies, you know, from people just opening savings account, or, you know, or getting out of debt, raising their credit scores a little bit, or just learning things like bringing it to their family, to their dinner table. So it's just been a great experience.
That's wonderful. That is so wonderful. Deacon Davis, your comments about not seeing certain things happen in the church is very similar to my experience. I was in banking for about 15 years, and I would go to my place of employment, and I would see the CEO bringing in children to teach them about financial empowerment. And then one day I went into the boardroom and I saw all of these children, and I realized none of these children looked like me or my children. And it was there that I realized I needed to bring some type of economic empowerment back to my community in Brooklyn, New York. And so with that, I know the reason why I believe Dfree is critical to the work of the church. So Deacon Davis, can you give us some further explanation as to why you believe the Dfree movement is critical to the work of your church?
Definitely. So my church in 2010, we were engrafted into what is now Daybar Bethlehem Cathedral. But we were two separate churches before that. We had Daybar Worship Center and Bethlehem Missionary Church. So Daybar Worship Center, we were a praise church, right? And our bishop, our pastor at the time, he really enforced or really taught about the principles of tithing, right? Understand that when you tithe, your tithe is not your fruit, right? Your tithe is your seed. And when you plant a seed, you get more fruit, right? But in that fruit, you have more seeds, right? And when you plant that seed, you don't just get another seed, you get a bunch of fruit with seeds. And so my bishop has always been a person where you've got to praise, you know, and understanding what praise is, but also understanding what tithing is, and understanding that your tithes is not your fruit. So you are planting, when you give your tithes, you are planting to bear fruit, right? And so at Bethlehem Missionary Church, where Overseer Kidd and Pastor Lenore Kidd were the pastors there, we became one church. So we had praise, and Overseer Kidd, he also stressed the importance of tithing. So we brought them together as what we now have Daybar Bethlehem Cathedral. And we are a church that understands the principle of praise, but also understands the principle of tithing. And so that being said, it was like, okay, I was like, wow, how do we get this, the financial understanding? Oh, and also, sorry, let me back up. When we came together, we decided we were gonna pay off the mortgage of our church, right? We paid off an over $2 million mortgage 6 years early. We are debt-free in our church. And so understanding that we did this collectively for our church, how do we bring this and get our members to understand that you can do it for yourselves? Getting yourself into a principle of being able to be debt-free, delinquency-free, deficit-free, so that you are able to have deeds, deposits, and dividends. And it was like, we knew it like as a community for our church, but now we needed to have it for our members individually. And that is what Dfree is allowing us to do, you know, really understanding those principles. So that's why it is so important to me.
Thank you. Thank you. Reverend Autry, you and I got a moment to speak prior, and your experience in banking is broad and amazing. Having this experience, why is Dfree critical to the movement of the church? Why should Dfree have such a prominent place in the church?
Yeah, thank you. And similar to what the deacon has said, I'll say it this way. Sometimes when we're looking at something, and I'm not saying this to really honestly prop up Dr. Soares. I'm saying this because it's the truth. Sometimes when we see something, we don't realize how powerful the thing that we are seeing is. And Dfree is just that. In our community, with our history in this country, this history coming out of the continent of Africa, the bondage that we are in, and as Dr. Soares says, the bondage that we voluntarily put ourselves in, but we don't even recognize that it's voluntary because it is part of that system. That's not what the Lord ever had for us. And if the church is going to be the church, we have to be, because we're God's people representing God, and I'm talking to the leaders of churches. If we are going to lead people properly, we can't be part of the problem, and we also can't be part of the ignorance and not bringing this education to our people, this mindset to our people, this understanding of who we are, who God has called us to be, and who God has called us to be is free to do what he's called us to do, free to give where he wants us to give, kingdom money, all of those things for the upbuilding of his kingdom. So that being said, how do we do that? And so I can say Dave Ramsey isn't going to do that. That's not what his goal is. So the Dfree financial freedom movement is a tool that the Lord sent through Dr. Soares, but it is a tool to help us understand the mindset that we're in, and I can't blame everything on Satan, so the mindset that we put ourselves in, the habits that we have, the insecurities that we have, so it's dealing with those spiritual issues and those concrete issues. So Dfree, when I said it was an answer and is an answer to prayer, it is something that we have grieved over when we look at our community, but God put this right here, right now, and for the church to not be heading this and leading this, we are doing a disservice to our people, to our congregation, because God laid it out. So the 12 steps, and whether you do it in 6 weeks or 12, to go through it and the mindset, and to do it repeatedly. And so it is part of how God is freeing us from the shackles of being consumers, from the shackles of being at the bottom, for the shackles of being somebody else's, not having option, at somebody else's beck and call. It's freeing us from all of those things. And so, yes, I give honor to Dr. Soares, but it really is understanding this is a tool of the Lord.
Amen. Amen.
You know, I tried Dfree on myself before I brought it to the church. And when I read it, when I went through it, when I experienced it, I realized that this is really a movement of liberation. I mean, it really does free you. It's hard to explain, but when you read those first 3 chapters in the book, if you don't cry and if you don't look at yourself and ask yourself some questions, I am telling you, it changes you. The first time I went through those first 3 chapters, and Dr. Soares, I tell this story everywhere I go, I ended up paying $10,000 of credit card debt off. I mean, in the span of 2 to 3 months. And so there is this work of liberation. There is this work of setting our people free. And like we just discussed, no one is going to do it. And as leaders of pulpits, leaders of organizations, we really have to be the one to set the tone and really help people to understand why this work is so important. So with that said, Mr. Rayford, We've talked about a whole lot. Now let's talk about some practical things. How did you get Dfree started at your church?
Thank you for that question. Somebody told me a long time ago, the only thing you can do successfully by yourself is fail. Yeah. So we got a group of like-minded people together who just understood how important this was to our community and to our church. At Ebenezer, our purpose statement is to, I have to look at it from time to time because it's a mouthful, but we are a church dedicated to individual growth and social transformation, okay, by following in the footsteps and teachings of Jesus Christ. So a group of like-minded folk, and there were about 4 or 5 of us who got together, studied material, looked at all sorts of programs, and including Dfree, but Dfree just spoke to us. And we just worked hard and studied and then took a look at our congregation. Said, what do we need? And it's a large church, a very large church, and many, covering a whole spectrum of socioeconomic levels. I mean, we've got, some of the richest black folk in America as members of our church, some of the most powerful. But we also have folk who are struggling. What we found, and so part of the issue was, where do we focus? So, the natural thing is to focus on those who are struggling financially. What we came to realize, and I was a financial planner a long time ago as well, is that you could be making 7 figures and still struggling.
Amen. Amen.
And still struggling because, when you get to and the Bible tells us this, the secret to financial success is spend less than you earn. Okay. And you find folk who may be making 7 figures, but they're spending in excess of that. So they're struggling. So the concepts are the same for the supposedly wealthy and the those who have have negative net worth. Okay. Which is very key to to understanding how you got to understand where you are, and many of us start out as negative. So once we did that and decided to do it, we leaned very, very heavily on the Dfree leadership and training team, very heavily, because the material that we saw that was presented to us is so vast. The question is, how do we tailor this to us? So working with the team, we figured out kind of what we wanted to do, not all of it. And probably most important is that we didn't even figure out most of it. We said, we know what we know, we know what that we don't know at all. So let's just step out on faith and just get this thing started. So we did. And all sorts of people, stepped up. One of our classes, which was very dear to me, one of the students was a single mom with a 4-month-old child. And in that same class was a practicing, what do you call the dentist who do root canals? Okay. Who had tremendous income, but was deep in debt. Okay. And the same concepts were true, rang true for both of them. So the issue, was just, if there was one thing to do is understand why you're doing it, understand as much as you can about your folk and knowing that you're not going to know them all, but just get started.
You know, I was told by someone who was mentoring me as a young man, you've got to be careful to believe that money will fix all of your financial problems. Because when you come from a certain place of lack, typically what happens is as revenue increases, we find a way to make our expenses increase along with our revenue. And so we find ourselves, even with more money, back in the same financial position as we were before. And so Dfree really works on the mindset aspect of our understanding of money and how we relate to money and how we treat our money. And so I know we have a few more minutes. And so I want to ask this question. Talk to me about, Reverend Autry, an aha moment that you had going through the Dfree curriculum and working with people. What were some moments that you were seeing happening in people, and what were some of your challenges?
Thank you. When we started out, number one, I do give a shout out to the Dfree team, Reverend Shonda, Angie and Ghana, and the entire team. Were really phenomenal. It has been alluded to, some of what we had to do, we took all that was offered and we tried to learn as much as we could. And so going online and going through the trainings, but then we also did tailor it to our people. And so Dfree gave us, the aha moment was, number one, the aha moment was that it was free. that was an aha moment, because I kept trying to say, okay, but does the church have to pay? Okay, they don't have to pay, but does the church have to pay? No, it's free. Okay, wait a minute. So that was an aha moment, but a big one. Amen. There was no catch. But really, the other aha moment like that was we could tailor it. We could take what was offered and tailor it to our congregation, and that was okay. And so what we ended up doing, quite honestly, we would actually take portions of tapes and then we would mix in, because we had 6 facilitator-led groups, and then we had 1 self-study group. And out of those, we had it at different days of the week. We tried to meet people where they are in terms of their time and work on it that way. But even on some of them where there were facilitator-led groups, we would prepare PowerPoints or presentations ahead of time. So we would show Dr. Soaries, but then we would stop it. And then we would talk about it, and let's talk. And so some of the a lot of the most powerful moments came from the people who were participating as they were having aha moments and sharing with one another, and over and over and over again. And these are, our congregation, we have some people who are very, very close, but they said, even those people were saying, I never thought I would be in a situation where I would share my business like this. Because we all grew up, you don't share your business. And that we could do it in a safe environment. I shared my stuff. All of us shared things that we have struggled with, and those aha moments were phenomenal, that the learning experience came together.
Yeah, when we started it at Berean, thank you so much for that. When we started it at Berean, I was in my office one day, and there was someone who was in the class, and she burst into my office and literally just laid out all of her financial documents on my desk and said, help me, please, I need help. And so those are some of the aha moments that were coming out. When people ran through the curriculum, they began realizing it's okay to have this conversation. It's okay to say I need help. It's okay to talk to someone else who has the same skin color as me and ask them for their advice on my financial position. And so those moments kept coming, and they're still coming. We have someone now who's getting ready to finally pay off all their student loans, and they've been doing that for years. And so this works. Our time is short, and I want to ask this question, and we can start with, what advice would you give? I got you back. What advice would you give to a church or organization that is interested in joining the Dfree movement?
Just do it. Just do it. That's it, really. They have such a well laid out curriculum. And the Dfree team is amazing. My God, they're so supportive. Anytime you call on them, they're there. Dr. Soares did such a phenomenal job that for us, it was easy to follow that. And like Reverend said, we just added to it. So in our classes, what we do is we add experts to our curriculum, and so we supplemented with mortgage experts, with financial advisors who are also part of our team, right? With real estate professionals, and so we supplemented that way to give people more information and help them to have a better understanding. So they have a practical approach, they have the spiritual approach, they have a safe space, and so we make it a family affair too. We ask them to invite your friends, invite your family, bring your children along, you know. And now that the one good thing about the pandemic is that we were able to be virtual, and so now our classes are completely virtual, and so we're reaching people across the country, and so it's even better. And then you have the support of the Dfree organization, so I say just do it. It is not, it is definitely easy to accomplish because you have all of the support that you need.
Wonderful. So you heard it first, just do it. Just do it. Let's go on down the line. Mr. Rayford, what advice would you give to someone that's trying to start Dfree in their church or in their organization? Dfree is not only for churches. It is for sororities, it is for your business, it is for your homeowners association, it's for your family, it's for your friends. It is not just a church curriculum. And so just in case you're with us or watching online, we want you to know that it is for you wherever you are. It is for you and your people. So Mr. Rayford, what advice would you give?
I quote the gospel according to Yoda. Yeah, don't try, do.
Deacon Davis.
I'm in total 100%. Just do it. Like, it might seem like it's going to be overwhelming, but everything does when you're not doing it. Everything, nothing that you're not, anything that you want to do that you're not doing seems overwhelming. When you begin to just do the work, you realize, oh, I can do this. And so it's important to just take those steps. Go online if you don't, want to do it with your organization. Maybe you're a little more like, okay, I don't know if I'm ready. Go online and try it. You will see that the information is so phenomenal. You don't want to keep it to just yourself. You want to know that the people you care about are also participating and have this information. That was my drive. I don't want to have this just to myself. I, like you, was like, okay, I can pay my credit card, it's not a big deal. But after going through the program for myself, I took my $15,000 of debt and paid it off. I was like, why am I carrying this? For absolutely no reason. So it's important to just go ahead, do it, try it. I say, try it. You'll see, you will like it. You will love it, because you will love understanding where your money is, understanding, oh, I can have a savings. Oh, I can do some investing. Oh, I can purchase property. When you realize that your money can work for you and not you work for your money, you will have such a liberation in doing it that there's no reason not to.
Wonderful, wonderful. And we'll end with Reverend Autry.
Okay. I'll say a couple of things. Prepare. So thinking ahead of time, even in terms of different people's schedules, their groups. So that's why we had weekday schedules and then weekend schedules, weekend mornings. So just preparing. As leaders, learning what you're going to learn in terms of how you want to launch it, but then think about it from someone's experience in your congregation who's coming in. And what I mean by that, we tried to take as much, and Dfree is not difficult, but if anything's new, we tried to remove every obstacle that we possibly could to making it easy for our congregation to get engaged. So there's a lot of instructions that we provided. We provided, links where they can, okay, The next step you'll do is this, and then you'll expect to see, here's a screenshot, so that when people got on, they were very comfortable. And I'll give an example. It's actually dated because Dfree has updated their curriculum, so we're in the process of updating it. Dfree's link is on our website very prominently. But if you go, for church leaders, if you want an example of how we did it, if you go to our website, ccrichardson.org, that's like CC like cat, ccrichardson.org, and you go to Dfree, you'll see an example of the instructions that we gave our congregation for the self-study in terms of links and things like that. So just make it as easy as possible for them, so when they make the decision, that's not an obstacle that keeps them from going forward. They're not confused about, okay, what do I expect to see? So.
Wonderful. So as you see, there are multiple ways to begin Dfree at your institution. There's no one cookie cutter way. For me, I began before even realizing there was a train the trainer. And I just jumped in and I started. And so I am a firm believer in having fun in everything that you do. And Dfree has customized this material in such a way that you can customize it for your own way of getting it done. And so, as everyone has said, there is no one way, but you can jump in, you can get it done, and you can begin to change lives in your congregation, in your community, and that is the ultimate goal with this Dfree work. I see the founder.
Let me just say one word. Let's give this panel a round of applause. Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. I'm sitting there with Bishop Douglas, and Bishop Douglas said to me, you should, what did you say? You should be proud. I said, no, I'm frustrated. Let me just say one thing. Thank you for all of what you do and what you said. What Reverend Autry said is really the most important takeaway from this entire presentation. In this church, every fourth Sunday, we had what we call Dfree Sunday. And on Dfree Sunday, we would stop the service, and in front of everybody, people would give a Dfree testimony. I opened an account. I paid off 13 credit cards. I paid off my student loan. And Reverend Autry reminded me that it is the testimony of Sister Smith that inspires Brother Jones. You can have all the curriculum you want. You can have all the training you want. You can do all the preaching that you can do. But it's when people see their peers and people see people like them who are accomplishing what they need to accomplish, that's what drives people to participate in Dfree. Now, Ebenezer, you know, this is Dr. King's church. And whenever I go to Ebenezer, I meet people who were there when Dr. King was there. But the second most important thing was what Ebenezer said. During our first Dfree class in the basement of this church, a woman walked in with a book and a workbook who I happened to know was a multimillionaire. She owned 7 McDonald's restaurants. She had 256 employees. And I looked at her and said, "What are you doing here?" And she said, "I'm making more money than I've ever made in my life, and I have no idea what I'm doing." And she has become a volunteer evangelist for Dfree. She retired, moved to South Carolina, and she goes around from church to church begging them to do Dfree. And so I want to thank all of you for what you've done. And my prayer is that our media team will be able to take this panel and figure out a way to get it to churches and church organizations all over the country. Because if you can do it, then we all can do it. So God bless you. Thank you.
So this ends our panel. Let's come on, give God some praise for our panelists today. Again, I want to say that Dfree is something that you need. This is no longer an option for us. There's so much work that has to be done in our community. And so my prayer is you have taken away some type of game plan, some type of passion about spreading the word for Dfree. And we need to be an evangelist, as Dr. Sori says, telling as many people as we can so we can lift our people up. This is what this is about, lift our people up and get us to where we need to be. Reverend Sutton, we're back in your hands.
So we are so grateful for the ambassador, the Dfree ambassador, Pastor Trevor Hyde. I promised you it would be a treat. So I'm going to say this before we excuse the panel for our next group of people. I heard words like liberation. I heard words like faith. I heard the Lord's work. I also heard a lot of amens. I saw a lot of head shaking. I think I even heard a good old North Carolina church, my. I heard customizable. I also heard global. And I think I may have even heard the gospel according to Yoda. But either way, we thank God for each one of our panelists today, and we thank you for your sacrifice, even traveling as far as you have. And we appreciate the way that Dfree is showing up in your churches and the way that you're sharing it with others. And together, we can close the wealth gap, one family at a time. Thank God for the panel. So we promised you day 2 would be a treat. So I hope you are getting excited. Thank you all so much, Mr. Raymond. Yes, indeed, because we're going to keep it going. I'm so excited about this next panelist. Well, actually, no, it's more like a fireside chat. We get to listen in on a conversation with First Baptist Church of Lincoln Gardens Director of Communication and I believe Marketing as well, Ms. Nicole Pride. Yes, give it up, First Baptist, for your own, absolutely. And she will be having a wonderful conversation with a young woman that I have to run off her credentials first before I say her name. She is owner of Collab Music Network. She is co-founder of We Own Now. She is also co-founder of Nashville, Not Just Country Music. She is also promoter and advocate of Black ownership and wealth. Today, we are going to hear a conversation with Jamila Mimi McCarley as she talks about ownership being the new Black. Put your hands together for her. Yes, indeed. As they are taking their seats, we are so excited to have them. We hope our Dfree online community is joining us and equally excited. And we want to make sure that you pay attention. We'll be chatting with you in the chat. God bless you.
I don't know who that woman is she talked about, but she sounds like she's cool. I hope I don't disappoint.
Good morning, everyone. So in addition to being the communications director here at First Baptist, I was born and raised here. And so that means for years, I sat in the pews like you and benefited from great information from Dfree on principles of how to be financially free. So it's exciting to be here today in this capacity to have a conversation with Mimi. Welcome, Mimi.
Thank you so much for having me. Let me say this. Can I say something first?
Sure.
I'm excited. I was sitting down over there trying to contain myself. We're talking about ownership. We're talking about eliminating debt. We're talking about liberation. This excites me. So it's going to be a shift in the atmosphere because I'm excited because these are tools that we don't get. We don't get access to. So I celebrate Dr. Sori's with a name like Sori's. I mean, it's no wonder why he's soaring. But this excites me, and I pray that it's exciting you as well because this is game changer information, this game changer curriculum, and this is about what, this is gospel. This is the gospel. Amen. This is good news. So, yeah, I'm excited to be here. This is great.
So you can tell already she has a lot of energy and love, right?
No coffee.
So, I had the privilege of having a conversation with Mimi earlier this week, and what her resume or LinkedIn account doesn't share is just her love for God and her passion to help other people. And it's that passion that really has been the undercurrent to help her make some really critical and strategic business decisions. And so, Mimi, can you talk about how you made the shift of being a songwriter, because you set out your career to write songs, right? And then you made the transition to being a business owner. And so what was that like? How did you make that decision and why?
Yes, that's a great question. For me, it's always been about understanding what's my God-given gift. I really believe the scripture when it says your gifts make room for you. So I'm like, let me identify my gifts so they can make room for me. And so the gift of writing and songwriting, that was my gift. And just to lay a background, after I graduated from college, I got married and had 10 years in the insurance and financial service industry. Away from my gift, using some different gifts, was away from my God-given gift. And I knew if anybody does music in this room or anything that God has put on you, you never can escape it. Like, it's like an itch. You like, I gotta scratch this itch one more time. And so in 2016, we made a decision, I made a decision to walk away from the insurance and financial service industry that I was successful at and do music. This makes no sense for an adult person. Music is volatile, the industry is, and so it was a new experience for me, but I felt compelled and I felt convicted to give myself a chance in this space. And so I went down that journey and I started really basic. I had a notebook full of lyrics. I don't play any instrument. I don't do a lot, but I had this one gift of writing. And so I set out on that journey, and I had to relearn the business because my degree is in recording industry management. But when you sit out of an industry for 10 years, a lot changes. So my journey was long. I had to learn, how do I make money in this industry? Because if I'm leaving income, I got to find a way to replace that income. It was a lot. It was hard. My family made a sacrifice with me. We downsized from about a 3,500 square foot home to a little 1,400 square foot apartment so that we could save money for me to start and embark upon this new endeavor. And so it was a learning experience. It was a walk of faith. It still is a walk of faith. And what I learned with songwriting is that the money is slow. That's what made the shift to become a business owner. But as I journeyed through being a songwriter, I was serving other songwriters. And the Lord began to show me the need. Like, there's a hole in the marketplace with Black female executives and Black female owners in the music publishing space. And so that's where, that's kind of was my journey. That's how I made the shift. The shift was because if you're not making money at something, don't be afraid to shift gears. I'm still in the industry, but there was definitely a redirect that took place because it took too long to get money as a songwriter. And there's still legislation going on today on how to best compensate songwriters for all the contribution that they make to our mainstream popular world.
So that was awesome. I don't know if you heard everything in that response, but it was jam-packed with so many nuggets. First, just admiring your courage, right? So you knew that you were gifted in the area and you wanted to honor your gifts. So being in tune with your spiritual gifts, your experience and your natural gift from God and wanting to honor that. So making the decision is what I heard to go after that. And then second of all, you were very clear about what you wanted to get out of your career. So although you had the passion to write songs, you realized it wasn't going to get you the financial security that you wanted. So you said the money is slow. And so I remember Reverend Stories telling me when growing up, be very clear about what your professional goals are. And if you're not going to meet them, then it's time to make a change. And so for some, your your professional goals could be you want to grow in a certain area in terms of experience and you want to attain skills. Or your professional goals could be about the money. And so if you're not going to attain the money that you want going down a certain path, you have to adjust and develop a new strategy. And so that's what I heard there. And then the final point is I heard commitment. And this is something that you had said in our previous conversation, that most of us suffer from misplaced commitment. We hold on to things that are not giving us the return that we desire. And so if you just stayed stuck and committed in songwriting, I'm just going to write songs, and then, even if I don't make money and just be poor the rest of my life, I'm just going to hold on to writing songs. And why? Why not make money and then still write the songs?
Right.
And I think a lot of us, and I can think of some areas for myself, it's not just money. It could be relationships, people. You hold on that commitment to that thing or that person or that situation, even though you're going downhill and you're not getting the return that you want. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and that was after giving it a go. It wasn't a half step. I committed every day for 2 or 3 years to that gift. Mm-hmm. And it did a lot for me. It opened up a lot of doors. I had opportunities and I made some money. I didn't make the money that I wanted to make. Mm-hmm. And not that it's always about the money, but sustainability is important to me. And so I can't continue in this. After 3 years, I was like, okay, there's a shift, a natural shift that took place, and say, okay, now that I understand the needs of songwriters, a natural progression for me was on the publishing side. Publishers are responsible for monetizing music. And so because I had the struggle of a songwriter, it gave me the burden of their needs. And so that's what fuels me today. I get out the bed ready to make songwriters money. This is a Rubik's Cube. I done flipped this thing 1,000 ways, and I will not stop until the writers that I believe in and who are putting the work in are, fairly compensated for their contributions to the world.
And so I think what's cool about that is you are driven by your passion to help them succeed, but you also saw a need because you were on that side and you saw a gap. So I think that can help us transition to your next business. So she's the co-owner, as mentioned. Nashville is not just country music. I love the name of your business because it's very clear what it's about. And this Jerseyan used to think that that's the only thing that comes out of Nashville is country music. And so realizing that there is this other music scene, this diverse music scene in Nashville that hasn't been tapped into, you're filling that gap in providing these new artists with opportunities and resources. So can you talk about that more?
Yeah, so Nashville is not just country music. It was started by a good friend of mine. Her name's Delia Ewing, and she's a Nashville native. I stuck around. My husband and I moved back to Nashville in 2007, and with me reacclimating myself to that environment as I went back into music full time, I met Delia and she began to share, y'all think I have energy? This woman had energy, and she has such a passion for her hometown and what's been going there on the music scene. And so the other gift that I do have is the gift of helps. And so as she was sharing her heart with me, there was alignment, there was synergy. And so I said, this is something that I want to help. I want to help, and it's aligned with what I'm doing, so I'm not doing 500 different things. There is alignment, and so yeah, we began to do things like Nashville is known for country music, and we thank God for that because it's a big part of the economy there. It's also known for gospel music. You know, you got the Fisk Jubilee Singers, and you got so much great gospel music that comes out of Nashville. But there is an underserved market, black folks who actually do country, and then black folks who actually do R&B, pop, hip hop. And so we realized that there was a hole in the marketplace. These creatives did not have the same access and support as counterparts. And so we decided to do something about it. So we started providing just exposure, giving them a platform. Some of them had never had a chance to perform at some of the prestigious venues in Nashville, like Acme, performing right on Broadway, giving them educational, because that's the thing with the music business, with any business that you're a part of, you have to know how the business works. Mm-hmm. And the biggest challenge that I see in the music industry, especially with us, we don't know. And so we get taken advantage of because we don't know. And so when we look at ownership, and I'm telling you how all of these things kind of go together. When you look at ownership, if you create a thing by law, you are the owner of it. When you are an owner, you have rights. If you don't know what those rights are, you are probably going to be taken advantage of. Now, if I have rights, I have the right to transfer or assign that which I own to someone else. That's my right to do, not yours. That's my right. And so, but also with the rights come risk. And so as owners, we have, and that's what music creators are, that creators, they're owners of their work until they assign it or transfer it to someone else. And so just that basic understanding of I created something, I own it. And if everybody say that, I own it. I own it.
I own it.
That word ownership means something, like to me, yeah. It meant everything.
Yeah.
I own this. Mm-hmm. I'm going to care for it. I'm going to tend to it because it's mine. Mm-hmm. And then you know, so not to go too far down that, but okay. So serving the creatives and sharing that information and just empowering creatives in that way in Nashville has been a blessing for us. The pandemic shook us up a little bit because we're a communal brand, and so we are in prayer and redirecting our support. Say, how can we now that we've done that, mm-hmm. very much a trendsetter in that area for the creatives, and there's more people in that space now. What is next for us as we continue to serve creatives? So we're brainstorming and kicking the can with the Lord and seeing what He has next for us.
I am a little curious about the whole partnership with you and your co-owner for the business. And so, you know, you started Collab Music Network independently, and that is yours independently. Yeah. And so what did you look for in a partner? What are some things that you consider? Because you're a co-owner with this and then co-owner with
We Own Now.
We Own Now.
Yeah. Mm. I don't know. I'm just present. You know, when I believe in people, I love people, I care about people. And so when I am with people, I am present in that space. And if someone shares something that tugs at my heart, I respond. And I don't know what I'm doing. I haven't. I've learned from being active. You know, I grew up, this is not what I was formally trained to do, like start businesses and grow and scale businesses. That's not what I'm good at. That's what I'm becoming good at. And so it's this idea that God equips us. God equips us, especially for the things that we're doing that He told us to do. And so I don't know.
So I appreciate that because you're talking about taking that leap of faith. So you didn't come from a background where your mother, your grandmother, they were business owners, and you acknowledge that you don't know everything about business, but you at least wanted to take the first step and then continue to grow and learn and acquire the skills necessary to lead a business.
Absolutely. I'm in cohorts. I've had to humble myself because you might be good at one thing, but when you start a new thing that you're not good at, You can't take the confidence of the old thing into the new thing. So I've had to humble myself. I'm in cohorts. Nashville is phenomenal with, a lot of entrepreneurism cohorts and support and training. So I went through a program called through the Arts and Business Council called Periscope. I ended up winning that pitch competition, and that gave me some funding.
Congratulations.
But it was humbling because I realized I didn't know what I was doing. I was bootstrapping it. I was convicted. I was passionate, and I was spending a lot of my energy, but I wasn't growing and scaling, And so it's like, hey, I don't want to hustle this hard for $65,000, $70,000. If I'm gonna hustle this hard, I want $1 million or $2 or so. Humbling myself to go and get the training that I need. I had to acknowledge, like, Jamila, you don't know what you're doing. Go get help, because there's help for you. So after that program, what I realized is that I didn't know what I was doing. Through the whole program, that was the message. Like, okay, I really have not been doing this correctly. The second program that I got into, because that was, to me, that was a deprogramming. When I went through that curriculum, it was a deprogramming. I had to realize that I had been doing it wrong. I joined the Entrepreneur Center. They have a program called Twin Day, which means let's go. And this is for founders of color. So during that program, which I am still in, I began to put the blocks back together the right way. And so laying foundation for business so that it can grow and scale. I'm not interested in $70,000. I'm not knocking $70,000, but that's not what I'm working so hard for. And so if we're talking about generational wealth, if we're talking about, being able to change the trajectory of my family, 70K ain't gonna get it.
Well, I appreciate that, because what I heard for anyone that's teetering on the line or has the aspirations for starting a business and have been a little timid about it, just go for it. Just try, take the first step. And what I heard you say is that there are resources out there for you to learn and to figure out the things that you don't know and come up with better strategies to help you do it better.
There's help, like even this program like Dfree, this is why I'm so excited about it. There is help and support for anything that we want to learn, for anything that we want to be great at. And the first thing we have to do is acknowledge, one, and admit where we are. Like, I have to acknowledge what I want. It was liberating for me to say, I don't want $70,000. I want millions. Now, that's not from a selfish ambition. That's not my heart, and God knows that. But I had to acknowledge that I don't want that. I want to be an advocate of change for my family. I want to be an example for young people, and I want to be able to be the representation that says, hey, listen, I'm from Dayton, Ohio. This is not supposed to be so. I'm from the hood. I'm from a place where, this was not a part of my story. And so I had to acknowledge what I want. Two, I had to believe it.
Yeah.
And I had to acknowledge what I didn't know. I don't know how to do that. So I have to learn how to do that. Believe my convictions are real. I live my life based on my convictions. And then C, I had to commit. When you make a decision, it eliminates so much. Bible says a double-minded man is unstable in all their ways. When you don't make a decision, you are double-minded. And so we spend a lot of energy because we're in between. We don't know where to settle in. So make the decision, and then the path becomes a little clearer.
Stepping on my toes a little bit, too.
So I'm stepping on mine too.
Because it's every area, right? So make the decision. Thank you for that.
Yeah, commit to something. Like people, even with this walk with Christ, commit. Yeah. People say it's hard. No, not really. If we commit to a thing, it becomes easier. But we have to. What's challenging is living in two spaces. What's challenging is going back and forth between what you want and what you don't want, and so we become good at what we don't want, but what do you want?
Yeah.
Because the Bible speaks to me about what I can have. Like, God is clear. He doesn't say, well, I think I want to make you all a chosen people, and I think you're a royal priesthood. Like, he is very clear about his desires for us. I believe that.
Yeah.
I commit to that belief. And so things get easier.
And so people have to take the time to think about what they want and then keep it in front of them all the time, you know?
Absolutely.
So let's just shift, because I think you're touching on some things about your other business that you co-own, We Own Now. And you start to touch upon just some of the principles about that and about what ownership is, and what that means, and a more holistic view of ownership. So do you just first want to just give us a little overview about the company, and then we'll show a little clip that will give us more, and then we'll talk about it.
Yeah, again, being present with people. Everything for me starts with people. I was sitting down with a dear friend of mine. We went to college together, Derek Minor. He's a hip-hop artist. And really randomly, and obviously nothing is random with God, but I thought it was random. Yeah. And I called him up. I was like, hey, let's catch up. During the pandemic, you know, everybody was in that space like, man, let me reach out to people. we were connecting with people in a way that we hadn't before. And so I reached out to him. He's like, yeah, pull up. So I came over to his house. We sat in his studio, and we were just catching up. And he began to share his heart with me about this idea of ownership is the new black. And I was immediately intrigued. But what connected me to it was the heart behind it. This is a young black man who is, you know, on his own financial journey, on his own journey for, you know, financial freedom. And he was just like, man, there's so much that we don't know. And he's been learning. And he's like, you know, I want to share this that I'm learning with others. And, you know, when we talk about ownership, so many narratives have been given to us by people who are not us. I don't understand. Like, that's like me going into an Asian community and say, I have a narrative for you. No, you don't. I can't give Asian people a narrative because I'm not Asian. So in our culture, we've allowed, and so many others have, given us a narrative, whether it's slave or employee or, you know, borrower, whatever the narrative is. And he said, no, ownership is the narrative. And then when we look back in history, because that was the other part of the journey, when we look at our history that we have been disconnected from because it was stripped away from us, we see ownership. We see innovators. We see creators. Whether they were able to get the fruit of that, but we are owners. We're innovators, we're creators. And so being connected to that history, the truth of our true history, I mean, it just did something in my spirit. I was like, wow, yes, this is our narrative. We've been told something else, and lies have to go back where they came from.
Yeah, it's a mind shift change.
Yes. Yeah, so he shared his heart, I responded, and we got busy. We literally just me and him got busy. And we started with digestible, bite-sized history moments about our people, about our history. And so we just did, 2 years later, we did our official launch in DC, and this clip is kind of what happened there.
The issue here is systemic, but at the same time, we just have a narrative around us that has to change, and it has to start from within.
2 years of very invigorating Zoom calls. Everyone knows I love Zoom calls. Like, I'm astounded that we actually were able to pull this off. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, this started with just an idea.
You know, whenever someone wants to push something, they say, it's the new black. This is the new black. That is the new black. Well, I said, well, why can't ownership be the new black? And that's what started it.
The next thing you know, I'm flying in, you know, multiple artists, and we meeting with Capitol Hill and White House staff, and going to all these different things, having this event.
I know Derek's heart and what he sees and what his vision is for ownership is the new black, and I believe in it. I've spent time with him, and I believe in what he's doing.
I hope that, like, you know, we can, like, get great ideas, feel, you know, connected, that you're not alone.
I came here because I think it's just amazing what they're doing. I feel like ownership is the new black. It's just something I embody just with my everyday life. I'm just passionate about education. I'm passionate about ownership, and I'm passionate about being able to pay it forward for other black people in the community. Being that we're here to talk about the wealth gap and to talk about serving our communities the best, part of the things that we also need is ownership of our things.
Man, I got a chance to go to Capitol Hill, got a chance to go to the White House, U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and like, yo, we're talking to people at the White House.
People just can't do that.
That's a rare thing.
Or maybe they can do that, but
they don't know they can do it.
So this is my grandmother, so she always wanted to go to the White House, you know what I mean? And so I wanted to take her with me today, you know what I mean?
I'm Rick Wade, Senior Vice President here at the United States Chamber of Commerce, and say welcome. This is the world's headquarters of the world's largest business organization. I think you're onto something that's extremely powerful, and for such a time as this in our country and quite frankly in our world, that we got to draw nearer and closer to our faith.
When I came here, it just felt like family. Like, even though I didn't know everybody who was here, it felt like family. And you know, we talked about just different expectations we had for going to the White House and the Capitol, and it dawned on me like how serious it was.
But I know the things that your people went through, and for you now to talk about ownership is the new black. My mother and father had 9 children, and my father worked 3 jobs, no ownership of nothing. Don't take it for granted, and don't let it down. You're doing it for your ancestors, and not only that, you're doing it for your children.
And DJ Blackberry, can y'all please can you bring the hood back to DC real quick? I love y'all.
I just wanna see you win. We can't take no L's this year, nah, it's not in the plan. You don't understand, I just wanna see you win. If they ain't with the squad, then just leave them in the stands.
Let me tell you why I'm excited. As I look in the room and I see people from various backgrounds, educational, socioeconomics, racial, we're all in here together as one people to learn and discuss and be informed about one issue, the racial wealth gap.
I grew up around people trying to figure it out. That's what I grew up around. And to varying degrees, they process their traumas in very different ways. But I'm getting to stand here on their shoulders from the sacrifices that they made.
We're here to talk about creating opportunities for not only individuals who are in my age group, but young people, teaching them right now to own. It's important to own.
Is really powerful because it's not simply talking about owning a business, right?
Right.
It's talking about owning our culture, owning our identity, owning the way that we think about ourselves and how we present and show up in the world. And again, it's going back to that mind shift that needs to happen so that we can start to think about the businesses and the initiatives and all those other things. So it's really encouraging to see. Yeah.
Ownership is a new black. Again, something about that word ownership, you know, is to take possession of something. God refers to us as his prized possession. He's taking ownership of us, and that which you take ownership of, you tend to.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not worried about anything, because God has taken ownership of me. I'm good. I just got to show up and take the path, but I'm not worried about anything. As long as God is my owner, we're good. and so in DC, what we were able to do is bring together, you know, policymakers, community leaders, entertainers who are our youth. You know, they're the trusted advisors of this generation. So it's not It's not the it's not the financial advisors that actually have the right information it's the entertainers. So we said, it is what it is. Let's utilize what works, who they listen to, but let's empower those people with information and resources. And I agree with Dr. Soares. How do we close the racial wealth gap? We have to create economic success stories. It's not an information thing, it's an activation thing. We have to actively help people to eliminate those debts and to build wealth. And so it's not just a conference, it is in your own lives. How are we, applying what we're learning, to take ownership of your finances? The fact that we're all sitting here today at this Dfree conference, I know we're all taking ownership of our finances. I own that. Then let me say this, with ownership, when you really understand it, that actually God created everything. So technically we're not owners of anything, but that sounds contradictory, but it doesn't, because what God is asking us to do is steward that which He created. And that we have, and so stewardship and ownership are synonymous, because the steward actually tends to the thing as if it was the owner. So there is an accountability, and this, that's where we get that joint heirs, There's an accountability that happens when you steward that which God has given us. So,
and that extends to every area, right? So that we can be good stewards of our money and time and resources.
Energy.
Everything.
Yeah.
And so that's really, really powerful. And so what does that look like? So you said that basically you're leveraging the culture. So if the entertainers have the earpiece of our younger people, they have the influence. What is it that you want for others to do to join into this movement?
Yeah, go to our website and just get connected. Put an email, because here's the thing. It's all hands on deck. There is no competition when it comes to closing the racial wealth gap. We need everybody. We need Dfree, and we're standing on the shoulders of Dr. Soares, and I'm blown away by the vision and what he's put into place for us. I think the lady on the last panel, she said, sometimes we don't realize what we have. This is amazing. And we're going to do our part with help pushing to let people know that this curriculum is available. Matter of fact, I'm going to go through it with my family. We got grandmas, and we got, like you said, people still struggling.
Yeah.
And so this gives us a vehicle to help share information. My husband and I, insurance and financial services. So just to help you guys understand, I'm not this, I'm not that. We made a lot of mistakes. Educated, ambitious, and we actually knew the information, and we still failed at finances. In 2008, when the economy tanked, we opened our agency in 2007. 2008, the economy tanked. 2010, we did not have any money. We were officially broke. And we made investments in the right thing, but life still happened to us. And so we were knocked off of our feet financially. Young, married, have one child at the time. And it was so embarrassing, because we know the information. I remember us, God is good, because there was humility that was produced out of that disaster. We didn't plan for that. We didn't make concessions for what happens externally. Even though business school would tell you do a SWOT analysis, we did not count the costs. We did not examine externally what could happen.
So what would you say to someone that they failed before, or they encounter some type of opposition that they did not plan for? How did you get past that? What were the steps?
That's what I love about God. Get up. He's the get up God, I love it. We're going to fail. I'm not afraid to fail. I'm not afraid to fail. Like, I'm going to try. I'm going to get out here and I'm going to get active. I'm not going to sit on the pew and speculate. I'm going to activate myself in this game of life, and I'm going to trust God, and I am going to fail at something. That's just a reality that we have to embrace. And it's okay, because God is the get up God. He gets us up, we're a little bit stronger, or he helps us to fall gracefully. Now, our fall was not graceful. You know, we had to end up, and I'll tell this, and I'll talk with my husband. No, I have clearance to share this, but we had to end up filing bankruptcy. I mean, it was an embarrassing moment in our lives. Like, we are Christian people. We believe in excellence. And here we are met with this challenge. You know, and we're young. When this happened, I was 26. My husband was 27. And we felt so defeated. We felt like we were a disappointment because so many in our family were looking to us because we were kind of trailblazing. But God is great, because in that season, I met the God of the valley. I met the God of the valley, and I had met him before, but the financial valley is a different valley. It's a different kind of valley. And God, we were able to pay all our bills on time. And I'll get sentimental about this, because this is why I'm excited, because God is real to me. God met me when we had nothing. I had a child. I had to go and get on public. I was embarrassed in that moment, but God still provided. And we realized that we had to learn some more stuff. And we learned. And we're still learning. But that humility that is required for success, God taught us in the valley. And I don't know if we would have had it if we just would have went straight to our success story. I don't know if that fruit would have been fully mature. It was there. Some of it was false humility. It's a real thing. But in the financial valley is where we learned humility. And just the fact that we were able to pay out, I don't know how. I still don't know how. And I know finances. And there's just certain things when you put God in an equation, you just don't know. We don't know. If we were to have a conversation, if any of you were up here, there's some things that you just cannot explain. It's the God factor. Like, look. And so I don't try. But he helped us. Yeah. He helped us, and he held us. And he built us back up, because we were devastated. I mean, we're young, fresh out of college, start living the dream, starting the business, and pow! We got knocked on our feet. Not to any fault of our own, honestly. Life happened, but God's been happening.
And so what's important about that is that the story didn't end there.
No, right? God is the get up God.
Yeah.
Get up. Get on up.
Thank you so much for sharing that, because somebody needed to hear that today. Yeah. And that's what Reverend Stories had talked about earlier, the power of the testimony, right? And so for you to be vulnerable and share the real deal about running a business, there are some unexpected challenges that may seem like they may take you out, but that's not where the story ends. So we are so grateful and thankful for that.
Yeah. We have to give God praise for right there, because I know we all share a similar testimony. You can do it. That's the truth. I'm a living witness. Like, it don't end there. And honestly, I just turned 40 last year. I'm still young.
Yes.
My children don't think so, but I'm still young. I'm just getting started. With all that history, I'm just getting started. And I am thankful. I'm thankful. At 40, God said to me, nobody owes you anything, Jamila. Whoa, wait a minute. Where'd that come from, Lord? But in return, on the flip side, you don't owe anyone anything as well. So now when you connect, it is true gratitude. It's true gratefulness, because I'm here because I want to be here. Everything that I'm a part of, I want to be in it. And if I don't want to, and I get the clearance, I'm out. That when we can live in that space, that is the space of freedom to me.
Yes.
I don't have, like somebody said, make your money work. I don't have to be at work. When I have taken Dfree, learned how to make my money work for me, I'm liberated and free to do the things that I care about. And so,
but the key to that is that you did the work, right?
do the work, yeah. Don't be ignorant. Do the work.
Yeah.
Get the education, get the training.
Go through the Dfree classes, yeah.
Go through the classes. But here's the thing, it's not even just education. Get active. Get active. Activate yourself. No one is going to, listen, God did what he gonna do. He sent his son. We've been reconciled. Like, the work has been done. The way has been made. We have to make a decision and do the thing that we feel convicted to do.
Yeah. Awesome. So, the theme is financial healing, wisdom, wellness, and wealth. And so you talked a little bit about what that looks like for you with financial freedom. But what about the whole part, the wisdom, the wealth? How does that speak to you with the theme and everything that you've gone through?
Again, I'm going to say it's the God factor. I live my life like this. I used to have a plan. I used to be rigid. I used to do all of that.
Yeah.
It's a daily bread thing for me. The reality is that we are 100% dependent on God. That is a reality that I've embraced. And so all of that wholeness, financial, spirit, that's all wrapped up in him.
Yeah.
And so I lean on him, and I've not mastered it, but I lean on him for everything. It is anti-society, independent, this, that, and the other. I am 100% dependent on God. In business, in my relationship, I've been married for 16 years. I am at 100% dependent on God. Now, God provides things like Dfree. God provides people and resources that we have access to. So that's where the wholeness comes from. It is resting in him and not from that, I ain't doing nothing till God speaks space. Not that one. But it's a posture of rest in him and let him lead us and guide us and help us navigate, whether it's spiritual, whether it's relational, whether it's financially. It is really depending on God for everything, and that childlike faith,
So what does it practically look like when you're in family? So you mentioned your husband a couple times and your children. And so with the ups and downs of running a business and you have a partner to consider or your children to consider, what has that been like for you? Yeah,
I've not mastered that one either. My uncle shared something with me before he passed away. He asked me this question. It's like, my uncle's a riddler. He likes to give riddles and just make you go through all these hoops to get to the answer. And he said, what is the secret to success? I'm like, he said, go read the book of Ecclesiastes and come back out after the weekend and tell me what you discovered. And so I read the book, I come back, and I give all the answers that were jumping off the page. I'm like, it's this, it's that. And he's like, no. I'm like, just tell me the answer, please. Balance. Balance. Too much of anything is too much. Balance, and I still haven't mastered that. Every day balance looks different for my family. My husband is a business owner as well. He's a phenomenal man and a phenomenal business. I've learned a lot from my husband in business. Our children, they're 13 and 11. I've started a new business about 5 years ago, so there's just a commitment that is required there. But my husband set a really good precedent, because when he started his business, he said, I will be home every day by 6 o'clock. I am not, because we had just had our daughter. He said, I am not going to miss my daughter's life. So he set a really good precedent in our family on how to balance it all. But it looks like something different every day. There's seasons where we're going, and it seems like we're all over the place. There's seasons like the pandemic where we get to sit in a space and connect. There's season of rest. And so I'm just trusting God to help me navigate. I've not mastered that yet, but I am actively aware that and acknowledge that I need help in that space.
And we all do.
We all do, the balance.
So you just mentioned one thing, that you just started another business. You want to talk about that one?
Well, the ownership is New Black. That's my latest. That's our
okay.
latest. Yeah, that's the no. I can't handle any more. God won't put more on us than we can bear, but sometimes we do. So yeah, but it's a blessing. Like here's the deal. The takeaway is this: God is real. He wants us to prosper. He wants our finances to prosper. He wants our relationships to prosper. And He is the God who can provide that. Like, this is real life, y'all. This is good. This is not a fable. This is not a fairy tale. The life that God created for us is a real and tangible life. Amen. Let's believe, let's agree with Him. Let's acknowledge that. Let's speak it. Let's affirm that. And let's get busy. Like, this is fun. I am enjoying. I've had the best year of my life, and I'm just getting started. And I remember as a child when the old folks used to say, it gets sweeter as the day goes. You know what? I'm like, I didn't understand. I get it. Yeah. It's sweet. It's a sweet life. Walking with God, walking with Jesus. Okay. It gets better. It gets better and better and better and better. But we do have a role to play in it.
Yes, amen, amen. So thank you, Mimi. We so appreciate you and your time.
Yes, thank
and
you.
Sharing your story. You're just so inspiring. I don't know, I think were we taking questions?
Yeah, any questions are cool. I'm an open book, and I've made enough mistakes to speak to a few things.
No? Okay. All right, well, thank you.
All right, awesome. Oh, I think he had one question.
We'll need to turn on the mic.
Yes, okay. So I wanted to ask this question earlier, but I think this is a good chance too. Over the years, I've sat through presentations and on credit repair. And unfortunately, in our community, not everybody is qualified. There's some scammers out there. What recommendations do you have for what works and what's real in terms of getting from here to there versus excluding the people who are charismatic and well-spoken, but not really getting to the substance of what it takes to get to the next financial level with the truth and facts of how it should be?
Yeah, I believe if we have the Spirit of God, it bears witness with the truth. It bears witness with people who are of light. There's a lot, like you said, there's a lot of wolves in sheep clothing, especially when it comes to finance. We get taken advantage of so much because they know that there's a vulnerability with us. But I believe like being a part of a body, a church body like this is a good start. And the gentleman on the last panel said, acknowledging that you need help and not being afraid to encounter or address someone who looks like you, who shares the same values, because even that person, if they're not the right person, they can help get you to the right person. So I just be honest about where you're at, be honest about what you need. That's the other part. A lot of times we don't identify what we need. And so it's very hard for people to help when they don't know what they're helping you with. So if you can get clear about what you need and then, reach out to the saints, because we're in all professions and all industries, and let's receive the help. But be honest, be very honest. And I know it's hard sometimes to share exactly where you are, but be honest, because that is the road to getting the help. It's the honesty about what you need. It was for me.
Okay. Oh, you have another question? Oh, sorry.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So love, so encouraging. I wanted to ask you, through all your trials and tribulations with your finances, how have you shared that with your children, and how can you, kind of shore them up so that they don't make the same mistakes?
Yeah, so one thing that I'm going to do moving forward is my family, we're going through Dfree because it's the tools. You know, if he's laid it all out, we're going to walk right through it together. Now, the other things that we've done as parents is we're very open. We have we have financial meetings with our children, so they know. I've added my daughter, who is 13, to my credit card account, so now I'm teaching her about credit, and, you know, she collects receipts. I give her allowance there. Just teaching them. But we come together as a family to talk about finances. They know that we're both in business, entrepreneurs, so they know what that life looks like. We're open. When we kind of miss the mark, we talk about it as a family. And that's not just with finances, that's about everything. You know, we talk about it, and those conversations happen at the table. You know, the power of sitting down as a family at the dinner table. I know it's like a lost form, a lost art, but I have found that my family has found value in sitting at the table together. That's where we talk. And then setting aside intentional time to talk about finances with some of the things we're learning right beside our children. Some of the things we're empowering them on what we know professionally, but some of the things we are learning side by side. And that's a blessing.
Do they ever work with you on projects on the business?
Oh yeah, my children they are employees of the businesses. They are on payroll, and we make them document. We just started this year because we felt like this was the year where they could get it. But we make them clock their time. We have my husband, outside of the insurance and financial service business, he has a catering company. He's a grill master, and so we assign them miscellaneous projects. I'm about to teach my daughter data entry because one day earlier this week I spent about 5-6 hours doing data entry, and I was like, this is not a good use of my time. I can teach her how to do that, and she can clock her hours. And so we are employing them in the family businesses. Because I don't want my children to be entitled, and it could happen. And so we just want them to understand the value of working for what you want, working for it, because I don't have to give you everything you want. That's not a requirement from God.
And so do they actually get a paycheck?
They get a paycheck, yeah. I just sent them a check. My Nashville's Not Just Country Music, we host a radio show. We had all of our children on as guests, and we paid them for appearing on that show. So they're going to get a check in the mail for that.
So there's a difference in having your children unofficially just work and then treating them like employees so that they can learn and experience.
I want them to learn what that looks like. We made them making them apply. There's a new position coming up. We're going to make them apply. Now, nepotism is real. We're going to give them the job. We're gonna make them apply because those are skills. Those are all skills that we need in our community. And I don't want our children, because they see us working hard, but if we don't teach them how to work hard, then we've done them a disservice, because all that we're working for, they'll probably squander it off if they don't understand the value of hard work.
That was so rich. That was so rich. I'm telling you, we have time for this one last question.
I don't have a question.
You waited so patiently.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to say I am so very proud of these two young ladies.
Yes, indeed.
I am so proud of them. Nicole, Pastor Soares poured into you. He poured into the young people in this congregation. Pastor Quick is now taking that charge as well. And I just want to say, both of you, your sacrifice and your love for Christ comes through so beautifully. And that is our beginning. That is from whence everything should come. And you both prove that. So continue to do what God is inspiring you to do and fail beautifully, because God already has something for you, and he will pick you up and put you back on the right path. You got it in your early 40s. I'm 72. I'm still working on myself. Okay, I'm still working on myself, but continue to do what God is leading you to do. And I'm so proud of both you and Nicole. God bless you. God bless you both.
Amen. Let's keep that praise up. Absolutely. For our two wonderful panelists. God bless you, Sister Nicole and Mimi as well. Thank you so, so much. Yes, that's right. Stand to your feet. Praise God. If you enjoyed the worship service last night, today was the word, and we thank God for that. We certainly witnessed the word. God bless you. God bless you. Yes, indeed. We got a word, and I pray that you were blessed and inspired. And I have a new business for you, Mimi. I know that you are here and a part of Young Money, but Old Money needs you too. And so we are looking forward to seeing Mimi start the next business. Mimi, not just for the young people. Mimi, not just for the young people. That's right. We were all inspired by what you shared today, and we thank you. Yes, yes, yes. I know you all are itching to speak, and so we do have time designated toward the end of our time together where those mics will all be open. Pastor Soaries mentioned the importance of a testimony, and we overcome by the word of our testimony, and so we're going to be having a testimony time in here afterwards, and we want to hear from you, and so those mics will all be open for you all to share your testimony. So be thinking about that as you get ready to enjoy lunch. However, Dr. Soaries has the, folks call it a gift, but I believe it's an anointing of bringing the best of the best together, the best of the best together. And I think you've seen that throughout this conference. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And so we have with us another guest that is here. Please help me welcome the founder and president and CEO of the African American Chamber of Commerce, Mr. John Harmon, with a special presentation. Point the clicker toward the front. When you get ready to do it, this is how you advance, that's how you reverse, but you got to point it toward the front.
Come on, give yourselves a round of applause. I'm extremely excited to be here today, and I want to thank my longtime friend and mentor, Dr. Soaries, for affording me the opportunity to be here today. I want to thank Pastor Quick. I want to thank the Dfree team for their contributions to today's conference. And I want to thank my staff. I'm going to move right along today. I don't have much time. But this has been my labor of love for 25 years. But first and foremost, I must give honor to God, because it is in him I move and have my being, right? David said, "Thou art a wonder unto many, but God is my strong refuge." Amen? I want to thank all that are in attendance today, both live and virtually. And I want to just tee up the conversation with a few stats I gleaned from the earlier presentation about the importance of ownership and accountability. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And Dr. Soaries started this journey with you all around 2005. And I followed shortly thereafter in 2007. But let's start, just lay a little foundation, and then I got a few slides I want to share with you. And I made some notes as the presentation was going forward earlier, but in the state of New Jersey, there's 1.2 million blacks. Blacks have the highest poverty, the highest unemployment. There's about 80,000 black businesses. We have very low median income. We own about 35% of our homes. And our net worth is $5,900 versus $315,000 for whites. But so what's significant about all that information is that those who participate in the Dfree program and apply what you've learned could lead to a more equitable, a more sustainable, and a transformation of those numbers that I presented. You all are in possession of the key tools to having a better life. I heard the term emancipation earlier. I heard options. That's what liberation does, having control of your destiny does. From a national perspective, there's 3.2 million black businesses in America, generating about $206 billion annually. If you juxtapose that against our $1.4 trillion spend as consumers, we have a $1.2 trillion deficit within our own ecosystem. That's something to think about, right? You know, we're waiting for the cavalry to come to rescue us, but we have the answers to our own situation here. I worked in banking for over 10 years. I owned my own business for 16 years, transportation company. But this vision of a Chamber of Commerce was not mine. I want you to hear what I say there. I was president of a regional chamber for 10 years, but it was not my vision. I signed on to someone else's vision. And 2 years into that engagement, the visionary moved on, and I became president by default. Subsequent to that, I established this organization in 2007. So we're the only accredited Chamber of Commerce in New Jersey. There's 141 chambers of commerce in New Jersey. Your Black Chamber of Commerce is the only one that is credentialed by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce that underscore its governance, its professionalism, and programming. In other words, we are authorized to do this work, okay? But I brought up an earlier slide, this accreditation with the U.S. Chamber. My colleague, Rick Wade, was on the screen earlier. He's with the U.S. Chamber. And Rick and I kind of talk about this around the country, but I want to lay a little foundation. We all stem from somewhere, someone else's vision. You know, I think what Solomon said, nothing's new under the sun. Well, enough about me. The U.S. Chamber was founded in 1912. Booker T. Washington founded the Negro Business League in 1900. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but I think it's important that we lay the foundation, because oftentimes, as Black people in society, in New Jersey, in America, we deal with perceptions that we're less than, that others have done this before us. But we built this country. And I think the more we understand who we are and what we represent, I think it changes the whole conversation. But the African American Chamber of Commerce of New Jersey was really established to introduce commerce, business, free enterprise to Blacks, but not only to Blacks in New Jersey, but to position us to engage in commerce with mainstream New Jersey, be it corporations, be it institutions of higher education, various sectors of the economy, government. And through that intersection, through our talents and our abilities, through our business enterprises, there's an exchange. That's what we call the value proposition. You hear people talking today about diversity, equity, and inclusion. There's no diversity unless we're involved in the equation. And there's no true success unless we're involved in the conversation equitably, right? When we arrive, we represent diversity. Through the African American Chamber of Commerce of New Jersey, we work with small businesses, we work with large businesses, and we provide different resources to those. We're an advocate. We provide training and development programming. We host education forums, programs, et cetera, et cetera. With corporations, I talked about the exchange, product, service, to provide innovation, creativity, efficiency, profit margin expansion, impact, sustainability. That's what we bring to the table day in and day out. And we must be clear in our articulation of that when we're engaging. Government, it's all about policy. Policy could either change or destroy your life. There's a lot of things that are legal in America, in New Jersey, but that doesn't make them good for us. And so we must push back. Dr. King in 1964 and those involved with the Civil Rights Act, They put forth a lot of legislation. HUD Section 3. In essence, any public housing project in New Jersey, there's resources that come through those facilities annually. And those resources, there are goals that earmark 3% of professional services contracts supposed to go to residents or Section 3 approved businesses, and that's a self-certification process. 10% of all new contracts, residents, Section 3 businesses, and we can talk about that another time. I'm gonna move right along here. But 30% of all the new hires. So if there's a paint contract opportunity, because you know when a new tenant comes in, they have to turn over the apartment. They have to paint it and fix anything that may have been damaged. But 30% of those jobs are supposed to go to residents or Section 3 deemed individuals and or businesses. So if there's 10 job opportunities, at least 3 of them supposed to go to us. And since we occupy most of those apartments, we should be getting most of the opportunities. I got a little bit ahead of myself, but I talked about Booker T. Washington establishing the Negro Business League, and I'll get to that a little further down in the slides. But the point I want to make with that is he was 12 years before the U.S. Chamber, which is the largest business organization in the world, but President Taft founded the U.S. Chamber. He purchased land from Daniel Webster, Webster's Dictionary. So the President of the United States set in motion this organization. We need our leadership at the municipal, county, state level to birth those same type of initiatives. I think it's important. Why should you be a part of the chamber? There's a host of reasons. We're an advocate, we're your partner, we host events and education forums. We have our own TV show, our own radio show. We're your critical partner for success, and we come to work every day with our 15 employees looking to make a difference in your life and in your business. Booker T. Washington, I talked about him kind of at length, but I want to talk about a few other folks. He was a lot ahead of his time. 1905, he had 600 chapters, in 34 states by 1915. This is the guy I want to land on. When we talked about, innovation, diversity, equity, inclusion, and I recall Dr. Soros doing the presentation for PSE&G, and so when you talk about Thomas Edison, folks get crazy. They're doing backflips. But for Lewis Latimer, the son of a slave who created the filament for the light bulb would not have stayed on. That's diversity, equity, inclusion, and sustainability. That's what we bring to the table. So when folks start looking at us sideways about who we are and what we represent, you can talk to them about Lewis Latimer. I got a little bit ahead of myself here. All right, can you take me back to the next slide? The next slide should be about the next one. Next one. Yeah, I got them a little bit out of order here. Anyway, Fred McKinley Jones, here we go. I'm ahead of myself. I'm so conscious about the time, Doc. I'm trying to move on. I don't want to be here too long with you folks. I want to be respectful of time. But Fred McKinley Jones, refrigeration, air conditioning. It's a black man that created that. Refrigerated trailers to transport poultry, meat, et cetera, et cetera. This is a major part of the economy. When you see these 100-degree days without air conditioning, we'd be in a world of trouble. I think it's so important. There's a slide here about Mary McLeod Bethune. She had a relationship with Roosevelt. She talked about the importance of networking, but she approached the founders of Procter & Gamble, and she pitched her idea about a college in Daytona Beach, Florida, which was founded on a landfill, built on a landfill. She turned trash to treasure. Being able to articulate your vision to people who have the resources and opportunities and information could be transformational. So you should never be intimidated in any conversation, because history will back you up. And if you have faith, you have nothing to worry about. This guy, Sam Walton, some of these slides are historical context, but also in terms of inspiration. Walmart, folks talk about how big they are, but this guy started with one 5 and dime store back in Arkansas, and now there's over 10,000. The other slide was Jack Taylor, the founder of Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Started with 6 cars, and now they're one of the largest players in the world. You don't have to think small. Your dreams and realities could be as big as your commitment to success. And so that's one of the things we wanted to kind of start to close on today. About relationships. The lady on my right, she is a major business owner here in the state. She's focusing on the cannabis industry, but she comes from working with some of the large corporations. I think Nabisco, she spent some time there, and others. And then the other lady with the yellow jacket on is with Wells Fargo, another important partnership of our organization. But it all started with the lady that's here today, Brenda Ross Doolin. Amazing woman. So you can never forget your roots. In any relationship, you're only as good as your team. And, athletes have agents. Businesses and government folks have lobbyists. The Chamber of Commerce of New Jersey is your partner for success. Here's some testimonials that you can take a quick look at, and I'm going to bring the conversation home with the following. We talked about business. We talked about history. We talked about the African American Chamber of Commerce of New Jersey and our desire to help you get in a better place in life, be it in your business, in our partnership with Dr. Soros and Dfree. All you have to do is raise your hand and acknowledge you want to get in a better place, either with business or life. And that's what we're all about. COVID-19, the lady spoke earlier about life and the curveballs or the tumult of life. The murder of George Floyd brought forth and elevated a level of relevance and innovation and value proposition. It has now made society aware of our existence, but it has now presented us with an opportunity to go forward in a more equitable way. This is now the time to step forward and make your case for whatever you want to do, that career opportunity, that home, sending your children to college, or you upskilling yourself, or starting a business enterprise. There's so many resources that are in the marketplace today. So it pains me to see our people on the corner every day. It's mind-boggling with all that's going on in society, that you can see folks hanging out 5, 6, 7 hours a day. So Dr. Soros, I often reference, they must be having some pretty important board meetings on those corners to engage them that long. But here's an opportunity for us. We must now move forward faithfully, with focus and alignment with those who possess the resources, opportunities, and information. Those are the folks. That's our ROI, resources, opportunities, and information. I will submit to you that that is a formula for success. But allow the African American Chamber of Commerce of New Jersey to contribute to your success and continue to fully leverage the resources afforded to you through Dfree. Thank you for this opportunity today. God bless you.
I I didn't mean to pressure you with the time. Well, we thank God so much for Mr. Harmon sharing with us. I hope you were blessed by his presentation as well. So it's almost that time to take a little break. But before we do, I just have a couple of announcements. The first one is that if I get one more text about where Mimi is, I'm gonna come get you guys. Mimi will be here for another 15 minutes or so right after the close of this before she has to get in the car and leave. So if you have any more questions, if you have any more comments or even just a word of encouragement and you were blessed by her presentation, you can speak with her very briefly for the next 15 minutes because she does have a plane to catch, so I will say that publicly. Second of all, for those of you who are online, if you are interested in a one-on-one with Prudential Financial, please feel free to go and to reach out to Dfree.com, Dfree.com/gethelp. Dfree.com, get help, and you can speak with a financial advisor at Prudential with a one-on-one. And then the last thing I want to mention is that lunch is still available for purchase if you haven't already done so. You just want to see the kind and faithful folks out there at registration, and you can go ahead and share with them, and they will go ahead and direct you further. But before we break for lunch, we do have a special guest that is with us. If you are in the tri-state area, and for those of us who are online, the tri-state area here is New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. If you are a person that has seen this wonderful publication either in the narthex of your church or in your mailbox, there's no way that you could have not read or seen the Positive Community publication. And so today we have with us the publisher and CEO of the Positive Community, Mr. Adrian Council, with a special presentation.
Good afternoon, church. Dr. Soares, John Harmon, my friend. I just want to thank everyone for being here today because this is how it works. Consciousness, ideas, and most importantly, ideals. What are we reaching for? So I'm happy to be here today. I'm going to be extraordinarily brief as you are waiting to go eat your lunch, but I want to tell you a quick story, and I guess the theme of my journey is we've come this far by faith. I come from a business family. My father, with a 6th grade education, opened a chain of billiard parlors or pool rooms in Amityville, Long Island, Copiague, Long Island, Bellport, and I think Wyandanch. But in any case, I worked in my father's pool hall from the time I was 9 until I was 20 years old. When I was 9 years old, my dad built for me a shoe shine stand in the store. Every day after school, I would service my clients, I would purchase my equipment, and pay rent on my shoe shine stand. That's right. And so by the time I was 16, I was actually running the flagship store, 8-table pool room. And one of the things that I noticed about the pool hall was that it was a place where men came together. Men came together of all sorts. You had the not so fortunate and the extremely fortunate, but it was a place for men. But one of the things that attracted me was that at about 4 o'clock, the place would get quiet because a radio personality, Frankie Crocker, had his radio show. And when his show came on, people wanted, on WBLS, people wanted to hear what Frankie Crocker was up to. And I said to myself, that's the kind of work that I'd like to do. And so at the age of 16, I decided that I wanted to do radio. I wanted to be an air personality. As it turns out, I went to college at State University at Brockport. My first full-time job was with an African-American owned radio station in Rochester, WDKX. D was for Frederick Douglass, K was for Martin Luther King, and X was for Malcolm. So the thing about it is that what I realized is how important communications was, how important that this African-American owner, he was a businessman, he owned funeral homes, and he owned an insurance company. And he didn't pay us a salary, Dr. Soares. He gave us straight commission. We had a gasoline trade where we go and get gasoline for free. We get our suits dry cleaned for free. And once a year, he would buy us a new suit. But the fact is that the community revolved around this radio station. And man, when they would have the meetings, it was a small station, not a large staff, but with a very big impression. He would come in and talk to us and tell us how we should be like WBLS, and that was the model for moving forward. So in any case, after I did 2 years there, I was hired to go to work for WBLS and WLIB. I was an account executive for the two radio stations. I did that for 10 years. And at the time, my boss was Jean Nash Wells, who is today my co-founder of the Positive Community. And she picked me to be the general sales manager of the radio station after her tenure was over. And so the thing about it was, between the two of us, BLS was always the big one. LIB we were a daytime radio station, we were Caribbean music, we were news and talk. As it turned out, we took that radio station from a $500,000 a year in billing to over $5 million in advertising sales. So, and LIB was a cultural giant, to say that Jesse Jackson won the New York City primary when he was running for president because of WLIB. David Dinkins became mayor of New York City because of WLIB. What I learned is that I learned a lot about culture working for a radio station that targeted the Caribbean community. And what I realized is that culture matters to people. Where you come from, who you are, and whose you are. And to say that in learning about these cultures and varied cultures, because I also did some work with Africa and toured some African bands around, but the fact of the matter is that the Caribbean community, they housed, everything that they did was about their culture. And with our African American community, I was raised in the African AME church, the churches are actually cultural institutions for the African American people. So, I managed WLIB for 10 years. I left there for 2 years. I went to radio station. I went as a consultant to radio station WWRL. WWRL was a gospel radio station, and I learned there the power of the black church in the eyes of the business people, in the eyes of the business community. So I went there. I actually probably sold more advertising for them once I realized the power of our faith institutions as it relates to community. I probably sold more than they did in the 9 months that I worked with them than they probably did in 2 or 3 years. Then I was asked to come back to WBLS. Because after I left, they lost about $2 million in sales billing. So, but when I came back, what I did is I took the model that what I learned from from WWRL, and took it to LIB. We weren't playing gospel, and we were still Caribbean, we were still news and talk, but we created the WLIB Clergy Council. And so we invited the churches to participate in our talk programming and various other things. And then I created, along with Gene Wells, we created the WLIB Good News newsletter. And we circulated that around so that we would have a rapport and and maintain that understanding that the churches and the faith community and the business community can combine and be one. So as it turns out, Baptist Ministers Conference of Greater New York and vicinity asked us if it was possible for us to create a vehicle for them to communicate with their constituents. And that was when we created the Positive Community newsletter. And subsequently in 2000, I stepped out on faith, and myself and my business partner, Gene Wells, stepped out on faith, and we created the Positive Community magazine. By God's grace and mercy, it's 22 years old today. So, and I'm saying all of this to say that two things. Number one is, I'm sorry about that. Number one, service, quality service is important. Two is that the first advertisers that came in to support the Positive Community, the ones who realized how powerful this idea was the African American retail business community. Our charter advertisers were Dick Gidron Cadillac and Ford in the Bronx. We had Carver Federal Savings Bank. We had City National Bank. We had a couple of travel agencies, but they were the ones who encouraged us to put this magazine forth. And so I call it, Dr. Soares, John, I call it a bank of goodwill, because we didn't have any money when we started this thing, but we had the vision. We had a vision. And today, after our 22 years, we've expanded what we're doing to incorporate a multimedia, multi-platform. There's positivecommunity.com, our website. We're also doing some videos and things like that. But our fastest growing platform is Positive Community Radio. That's music. And God knows, heaven knows, we as a community need good music. Amen. So we're just so encouraged by the response of people. We're so encouraged that I remember we used to drop magazines off to First Baptist, and y'all were at the high school or something like that at that time. But the doors were open, of this church were open to our publication from the day we started. And we're just so grateful for that. And our theme moving forward now is about positive change. We all need positive change. We have to embrace ourselves. Three things: the progress of our children, the integrity of our African American culture, values, and tradition mean everything. You build your business on that. Teach your children to take on the possibility of going in. My father, I'm one of 8 brothers, but what my father said when we were on our way to college, don't just go to college to learn how to work for somebody, but go to college to learn how to own or manage your own business. That's so very, very important. And of my 8 brothers, I'm one of 8. Of my 8 brothers, all of us are either entrepreneurs or we're running some business or we're retired. So I'm saying to you that it's so important that we encourage each other. It's so important that we embrace our culture, our values, and that you know your story. Just like John was saying, about Booker T. Washington. You know, we have, I'm a descendant of William Hooper Council, who was with two L's, Council, who was a contemporary of Booker T. Washington, but he is the founder of Alabama AMU. Now that guy knew racism. So, you know, so we have a lot to give, we have a lot to share, but I believe that the economics of culture is a very important component to us moving forward. Dfree, the Dfree organization, is about the economics of culture. The Dfree organization is about positive change. African American Chamber of Commerce and all of you in this room are about positive change. And we thank you so much for being a part of this event, and we look forward to sharing what's going on here with our community of readers. But always remember, we've come from some place, and that we've come this far by faith. Amen. Thank you. I do want to give this as a presentation to Dr. Soares. This, and Dr. Soares, I remember 10 years ago, you took me around to 3 of your services, and I held this up and I shared this with everyone. And now we're 10 years later, and this is still the truth. I have copies of this on the table. It's free, so you can pick one up, but you should frame it, teach it to your young people, let them know their story. And it's so important that they have gratitude and also appreciation for who and whose they are. Let me take this picture.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adrian Council. We definitely appreciate the work that you're doing in our community and keeping it positive. God bless you. God bless you. Now it's time to take our break. Just one quick reminder, if you want to speak with Mimi, you can do so shortly. We need you to come back, if you can, by 1:10, 1:15, we're going to get started. We have a very action-packed afternoon for you, so please make sure you return. We're going to share with the Divine Nine. 2 sororities will be representing and sharing their Dfree experience, as well as a couple of fireside chat. We will also be hearing from Dfree Africa as well, so that's really, really big. And you will hear from our CEO and founder, Reverend Dr. DeForest B. Soares Jr. Enjoy your lunch. We look forward to seeing you back.
How are you, huh?
Bless you. I said very
Thank you
nice
so
to
much.
see you.
Thank you. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? Go get a poster.
Okay,
They're right
I
outside.
definitely will. Thank you so much. I'm back.
Bless you.
But you too.
Hi, how are you? This is Reverend Autry. She came all the way from Texas. Her son and daughter are deacon and deaconesses here at the church. A blessing to First Baptist Church in Lincoln Gardens. And let me tell you something. What you're touching right now is the anointing of a pound cake.
Oh.
Wait, give me a second.
Hi, how are you?
Shouting.
No, that was something about the Lord that you said that in front of me, though.
Hi, how are you? Good seeing you.
You all did an excellent job. Like, keeping it moving. Ciola, Josie. Awesome. I enjoyed it. Foster care.
I know what
Very
that's
proud.
What's your name?
Are you still working with that? Like, no, I'm working for Dfree now. Yes.
So we don't have Harvest of Hope anymore.
Yes, yes.
I'm like, you look just like another friend I know. So at first when I walked up, I thought you were her. But then when you start talking, I'm like, oh,
Excuse
but I
me.
know her. So you said your name, and I knew exactly right. Good. I'm so glad this. I'm so glad.
Yeah.
And I know you really hang with us.
Yes.
Because I see you
my
ready. Yes, yes,
So
I
I'm trying to
know.
get my act together. You know, 'cause I'm like, I need to, think about retirement, in a minute, because I've been at my job.
Yes,
For,
got it. Well, keep coming. You know, that's
Yes,
how you
yes.
hear things, and that's how you get connected and find out stuff. So please keep coming and
Yeah.
tell others.
Yes, yes. I was trying to post. I was posting it while I was sitting there
Good.
live. I'm like, okay, let me see.
That's what you do.
how
That's
we
what
can perform.
you're one of our influencers. So
Okay,
keep the
I
work
sure
up.
will.
It's so good seeing
You
you.
too. God bless. God bless. Thank you.
Hey, you. Where you been? Yeah. Hi, mama. She's still here, though.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to day 2. Yes, day 2. I know we had an incredible time this morning. It was chock full of information, but we promise this afternoon will not disappoint. We thank you so much for your patience. We are so excited about this next chat. It is a fireside chat, but it features 2 of Divine Nine sorority. But before I introduce our 2 special guests, I do want to make sure that I acknowledge the other members of the Divine Nine. For those of you who don't know, those are the historically Black sororities and fraternities. So it's about to sound like a little bit like a HBCU in here for a minute. And so I'd like to acknowledge the ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Thank you. God bless you. All right. Good to see you. Are there any pretty poodles in the house? I'm looking for those members of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated. All right. God bless you. We are also celebrating 2 phenomenal members of 2 wonderful organizations that are here to speak with us today to share how you can share Dfree Global Foundation's curriculum, the 12 Steps to Financial Freedom, as well as the $1 Billion Challenge, which you'll hear more about, with your organization. Let me just shout out the fraternities. I know this is Sorority Day, but I got to make sure I acknowledge them as well. Are there any members, and I know the pastor of this great church is, of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated in the building? Shout out to Dr. Quick. Hello, sir. God bless you. We also want to shout out Uche Alero, part of our team as well. Oh, is there more? Hey, all right. There he is. All right. Are there any members of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated here? Oh, I didn't think I was going to hear that. All right. God bless you. Yes, indeed. Now, are there any members of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated? All right. Shout out to the brothers of Phi Beta Sigma, the brothers in blue and white. Okay. I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out my son's fraternity, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. All right. God bless the Divine Nine. I need one more member of Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated. All right, all right. Got to shout you out as well. My dad is a member of that fraternity. So I just love the Divine Nine and grew up with the Divine Nine. But today you get to get a peek at 2 sororities in specific. First, I will be sharing one of the first members, and her name is Michelle Dutton. She is a member of the National Economic Development Committee for the Devastating Divas of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Are you in the building? All right, I heard it. I heard that call. Sounds like a choir in here. Not only is Michelle a member of the National Development Committee, the National Economic Development Committee, but she's also the Dfree liaison. Did I say it right? Liaison, that's my French, for Delta Sigma Theta as well. In addition to that, as a member of First Baptist Church of Lincoln Gardens, Michelle has been part of the Dfree family since its inception. And so we thank God for Michelle Dutton, who you'll be hearing from later on today. Now I gotta brace myself for this one because I see a lot of them in here. We also have the ladies of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated in the building. Yes, and I also see Friends of Zeta, they're Mikai as well. God bless you. And so from Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, we have with us today Gina Merritt Epps, Esquire, who on last week would have been the Atlantic Regional Director of Zeta Phi Beta. However, since their national conference was held last weekend in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, she is now the international first vice president of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. Congratulations. Gina has been instrumental in bringing the partnership of Dfree Global Foundation to Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. In fact, she has been the one who has spearheaded the entire effort and has created an infrastructure within the sorority, which you'll hear more about it, to support all the members that are going through Dfree as well. I can't wait to hear Michelle's statistics and sharing as legacy partners of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and I certainly can't wait to hear about Zeta as well. And so if you put your hands together and welcome Tamika N. Stembridge, Esquire, our executive director and moderator for this phenomenal sisterhood panel. You know, there are often times when you see the sororities competing against each other in step shows or new member presentations, but today we are on one accord, sisterhood in service.
So I'm a civilian. I'm a member of any organization except for the body of Christ, formally. But it really does bring me great pleasure and an honor to sit with you two ladies who I've had the pleasure of working with as both of you Dfree within your respective organizations. And so today's conversation is really special. You know, we did, the call out for anyone that's a member of the Divine Nine organizations. And what you won't really know unless you're a part of an organization is some of the intricacies that go on in the infrastructure that it takes to run international organizations. Organizations that represent millions of women around the globe, and we have the pleasure of partnering with both of them internationally for Dfree. And so I know Shonda gave you a brief introduction, but I'd love for you all to speak on your own behalf. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience with Dfree and your organization. We'll start with Michelle.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Dutton, and I'm a proud member of the Central Jersey Alumni Chapter in the Eastern region of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And we are really excited, as you know, about our partnership with Dfree, our longstanding partnership from our national president, Soror Elsie Cook Holmes, to the chairs of our program planning and development committees, my sorors Turner and Prince, and the chair of our Economic Development Committee, as we all know, Carmen McClendon. We are super, super excited about this relationship that we've established. And just to give a little bit about myself, after a 30-year career in corporate serving hard time, as a senior leader of engineering operations, I retired and started my own consulting firm. Because as we said earlier, we have to be entrepreneurs, not just in the corporate space. And my firm provides consulting and coaching services for leadership development, strategic planning, and growth practices for businesses. So very proud of that and really looking forward to working more with the community. And I have to say, I started with humble beginnings, so I really understand the impact of what finances can do when they're out of control. And so it was really important to me to understand the principles of Dfree and to get out of debt. And I have to say, being a first generation collegiate, a first generation corporate America, and within corporate America, it was important for me to get out of debt. So using the Dfree principles, even before knowing that they were Dfree principles, I was able to become debt-free within 10 years of getting out of college. So I understand the importance of that. My daughter is debt-free, getting out of college as well. So I absolutely put the principles to practice. And as I think Shonda and Tamika said, I've been affiliated with Dfree, not quite since its inception, but a good 11, 12 years, Tamika. I can remember we had many late nights fine-tuning curriculum and working on events and looking at how we could scale the organization. And so it's always been really important. Even as I was in corporate, just working on boards, making sure that I work with financial fortitude principles within the community, as well as education, STEM education. And so as I fast forward, I became the Delta liaison for Dfree, And it really started a tremendous partnership. And we're so proud of the partnership that we have with Dr. Soares, as well as the Dfree team, starting out way back with Lori Gibbs, Dr. Soares, when we looked at how we could cultivate this relationship. And I'm proud to say, because Delta's really focused on public service in the Black community, social action, and really just uplifting one another in our sisterhood. And with the help of Dfree and with this strategic partnership, we have been very blessed to impact our community in a big way. We have reduced more than $11 million in debt. That's huge. We have also engaged thousands of sorors and people in the communities that we serve. We have tens of thousands at our conferences and conventions, and we've also engaged people within the community within Dfree. We've activated more than 200 chapters. We've had a host of Young Money webinars with the pleasure of Tamika leading initially. We did one nationally, and then Shonda has also led multiple Young Money webinars. We've engaged our seniors because what we look at within Delta is financial fortitude across the generations. And so we have made sure that there's something within this continuum of Dfree and transforming our communities for everyone. And so we're really excited about this work because one of our 5 programmatic thrusts is economic development. And that's what we do, uplift our communities, transform the communities, and help people understand how to get out of debt. Because when you think about debt, it's a sickness. It's not only slavery, but it's a sickness. And I'm proud to be a part of the 12-step process to cure that addiction with the Dfree Village. So very excited to be here. My sorors are excited to be here and online. And we're just, very pleased and delighted by this partnership and the work that we have to do in the community going forward.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I have to do a public recognition of Michelle. Yes, we spent a lot of late nights getting Dfree together from the beginning, and it's been a pleasure to work with Delta Sigma Theta. You all were our first national partnership with the Divine Nine, and you really helped to open the door to those relationships. And with that, though, I will not be remiss if I didn't say from, when Gina first started reaching out to Dfree about bringing Dfree to Zeta Phi Beta, she was active from teaching it, learning it, becoming a leader, bringing it to her chapter. She did all the steps. And so you and Michelle did the same thing. If she worked on curriculum, Gina took it from a participant's perspective and really got involved. And so Gina, first, congratulations on your international recognition. We're very excited. So tell us a little about yourself and your journey in Dfree.
Sure. Thank you, everyone. And it is a blessing to be here. For me, I've been a Zeta for a little bit over 35 years, and I am a member of the Atlantic City Graduate Chapter. But for me, even though Dfree didn't exist, I don't believe in coincidences. And so 102 years ago, our founders established Zeta Phi Beta sorority on the campus of Howard University and charged all of us to do something vastly different. And you'll hear Zetas talk about our community service, and we really strive to be those ladies who serve everyone. We believe in being in the house by the side of the road. So when Dfree actually came to me through a member named Dr. Aaliyah Brown, who told me about another member, Shonda Sutton. And when I was regional director, I took that charge to make sure that the Atlantic region was the preeminent region in Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. So I had programmatic authority over all of the states from New Hampshire to Maryland, and also over 5 countries, Liberia, Germany, Greater London, Belgium, and Ghana. So when Shonda said to me, we have this program, we have Dfree, really want to bring this to you, it was an answer to a prayer, because what it meant to me that the Atlantic region was going to have next level programming and would set the standard for Zeta Phi Beta in the programming that we wanted to do, not only for the community, but for our own members, because charity begins at home. So what we did was establish Dfree as a pilot, and it ended up becoming the national partnership based on the model set in the Atlantic region. So we started out with making sure that at every event, starting with our Atlantic Region Academy, we had a Dfree workshop, and we would call Shonda and she would come, and there would be some type of workshop. And even when COVID hit, we made sure that we had some type of programming from Dfree. And so I'm happy to say that not from my efforts, but God answering the prayers and allowing him to use me in that way to make sure that we moved the Zeta forward with charity beginning at home and recognizing that organizational membership is costly and that we have to feed ourselves before we can go out and feed others. We wanted to make sure that we had that programming, and then our international president at the time, our immediate past president, Valerie Hollingsworth Baker, authorized us to make this a national program, and I know we're going to talk later about the structure that was set up, but to make sure that we had it as a national program, and proud to say that the model that we have is based on the model that we have set up in the Atlantic region. So it is my prayer that under our new president, Dr. Stacey N.C. Grant, the partnership will continue, that will keep that structure. All of us in our new roles are not about starting over and reinventing the wheel, but I am thankful for Dfree, for the established program that you had, for the program that was already in place, that we were already set up through no coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences. Really set up to integrate it into Zeta's structure, to make sure that we acknowledge that we're not going to start just out in the community, but acknowledge internally a way to help our members to get debt-free, be able to serve the community, and to continue to pour out into communities as our 5 founders told us to do 102 years ago.
Listen, I told you, you guys are in for a treat. You're in for a treat. So, we talked earlier when we had our faith leader panel about what it takes to implement Dfree within a faith-based organization. We know there's hierarchy, there's organization. As African-American people, we do things in decency and order. As God's people, we do things in decency and order. So what I'd like for each of you to speak to next is kind of, you touched on it a little bit, how you got started with Dfree, but also any big aha moments or points of difficulty that you might have experienced as you launched, just so that other organizations understand what you may be coming up against as you consider getting started with Dfree. Let's start with Gina, and then we'll come back to Michelle.
So the difficult thing was that Dfree came along after we had an international president who had put out her programmatic thrust. So our regions, our states, our chapters were already implementing the programs and moving forward with that strategic plan. And then here comes Dfree and Gina, who's all excited about Dfree. And so sometimes you may get pushback on something else, another initiative. And the way we got around it was to make sure that the members understood that it fits within our National Community Service Initiative. Zeta's National Community Service Initiative is Z-Hope. Zeta's helping other people excel in mind, body, and spirit. And you cannot excel in mind, body, and spirit if you are worried about paying bills and you're in significant amount of debt. So what we let the members know is that Dfree is aligned with Z-Hope, and we made it a part of Z-Hope, and Z-Hope already existed. And so then you saw some of the concern come down. We also let people know that unlike other financial literacy programs, this is spiritually based. And that was something that resonated with many people. And so the two things that I did to make it resonate and made it a little easier was to say, we are going to start at home. And before you roll out Dfree into the community, I want you to roll it out in your chapter. Because if you get that buy-in and the success within the organization, then people are more likely to roll it out into the community. And the last thing that I did was to create positions on every level for Dfree. So just as you have the national liaison, at the regional level, we had a regional Dfree coordinator. And then I required the states to have a state Dfree coordinator. And then each chapter had a state Dfree coordinator. So what that created was accountability and someone who was required to move the program forward. Our Z-Hope program is successful not only because of what it stands for, but there's a point system. Everybody likes competition. Everybody likes to bring those awards home. So by implementing Dfree, as long as you did it within the Z-Hope guidelines, you also won things and you got recognized. So that was very, very important. So I think between the coordinators, making sure that we talked about it within the chapters and started at home was very important. Because one of the things I heard you touch on earlier and throughout this conference is that we, as people of color, are often uncomfortable talking about money. And I want to make us so that we're less uncomfortable with that. It costs money to join these organizations, or it costs money to maintain these organizations. You know, the dues and all those things, and then life happens. You get married, you have kids, you may lose a job. And so, too, we recognize that in order to keep our members active, they need to be financially healthy. It really made people go, that was the aha moment, and said, okay, if I can get people to stay in the organization, come back to the organization, but we do need to be more comfortable talking about the cost of all of our organizations, whether they be Masonic, D9, any kind of organization, costs money, but we are not comfortable talking about it, but we should talk about it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Michelle, how did Delta do it? And what did you learn as you did it?
So as we got started, we had some similar processes, some a little different. So we did start with, at a national level, looking at the $1 billion challenge. That was a simple way to get started. We hadn't come along from a Dfree perspective with all the programming and curriculum yet. It was shortly after the Soledad O'Brien special where she talked about the almighty debt. And so the easiest way to jump right in, and I still recommend this, is to challenge the organization with something simple. Make a commitment for how much debt you're going to reduce personally, and make it personal. So that was the what. So then we had chapters competing with how much debt you could reduce. And we did that throughout the chapters, sorority, as well as the community. Some chapters take the approach of, as you said, making sure you put on your own oxygen mask first. Some chapters had an in-depth relationship with the community, and so they brought them along up front with them to be able to reduce debt. So we started out with that big commitment for paying down debt, and we challenged ourselves each year to go deeper and deeper into debt reduction. And then we looked at, now that we have your attention and we're starting to change those conversations, how do you go about paying down debt? And the how is the Dfree curriculum. And so with the how, we looked at how do we engage chapters, and we did something similar. We started off within the New Jersey chapters because we had a lot of members of First Baptist Church here, so it was easy to communicate and get the word out. They were already familiar with Dfree, so we started with them and looking at the curriculum. Tamika and I did a big train of trainers and brought chapters in from across the country, right here at First Baptist. And that started activating chapters because we needed to get into the train the trainer and to get the message out there. And at the same time, Dfree was also putting together a process that was scalable and repeatable, so it made it easy to roll out the curriculum piece. And we started to engage with others and to engage with the community and to invite Deltas into the events that we were having here at First Baptist, because when you're trying to start a grassroots movement, it first takes a courageous person to step out and to do something different. And then it takes a few more people to be courageous enough to follow that courageous person. And then they tell someone, and they tell someone. And that's how we ended up with thousands of people following our model. And so I think the difficulty was when it started to catch on, was just having the resources to meet the masses that wanted to participate. And so through our partnership, we started several training initiatives to get started and to really push the word further into the community and into the sorority. And when we implemented the curriculum, I think the most difficult part was realizing, well, it's a 12-week process. We don't want to shortcut the process because it's not easy to get out of debt. If it was easy, we wouldn't have such a problem right now. So it's a complicated process that's also complex, right? And so when you look at that, it's hard to position yourselves, especially in sororities where we have a lot of work to do across the spectrum, not just in the economic space, to have resources to commit to something that's so rigorous. But once people started going through the process, they understood the rigor. They understood why it had to be a 12-step process. And although now there's a lot of automation that's helping to get the word out and to help shorten the process, you still have to take that time to get the learnings. And so I think the difficulty was finding someone who could commit to 12 weeks straight, right, to teach a curriculum and not short-circuit it. So what we started to do was to break it up into modules. And we have 4 modules. You could get people to commit to 3 weeks. If you have different people teaching it, what we found is that once people experienced the class, not only did they open up and start talking about finances and start to transform the conversation of the community, but they wanted to keep going. You know, we started getting the testimonies. We talked about how, you know, people don't have money to commit to Dfree, so we love to use the Starbucks example, you know, as we talk about the curriculum. If you're spending $5 a day on Starbucks, if we just talk about the week, because we know you go on the weekend too, that's $25 a week, $100 a month, right? That's $1,200 a year. Take that $1,200, take $60, buy a carrot, take the other $40, buy a whole, you know, year's worth of the pods, and you can take the other $1,100 and invest in stock, invest in, you know, Apple and Google. So we really looked at how do we engage people quickly enough so that they get it, and then they wanted to commit and go forward. So it was that process. So we started out nationally with the what of the $1 Billion Challenge. People started to understand the challenge. We added the curriculum. We pushed it out to the regions. We engaged each of the regional directors across our 7 regions and internationally. We have folks from Japan. We have folks, you know, in all different countries on the calls. You know, we were excited about that. We shouted them out. And we just really kept the momentum going to keep it growing right down to the local and national level. And this year what we're looking at is pushing more how-to out to the chapters so that it can continue to grow. We touch our entrepreneurs. We partner with Dfree. I know they helped out with our Red Tank, where we gave out $70,000 to our entrepreneurs to invest in their innovative ideas. And it's important just to keep it in the forefront, right? We invest in our seniors. We invest in our collegiate sorors. And that way, they're coming to us saying, how can we get our chapters out there? How can we get the community? How can we do more and more and more? And Tamika has been gracious enough to continue to say yes, you know, to the webinars and getting the word out. And we're looking at making sure that things are recorded because we can take advantage of that so that the team isn't taxed so much with going out to all the events. But it's really just staying in the forefront.
Absolutely.
Tamika, I wanted to add one thing that was really important as really I came from you in terms of an aha moment. COVID really helped because one of the things that you kept saying to us is wants versus needs. And when COVID hit, it really forced people to understand what they wanted versus what they needed. And we all went through that thing with COVID at first with the retail therapy, with the boxes coming every day because we thought we were gonna be in the house for 2-3 weeks. But as it stretched on and we were able to take advantage of technology and what Dfree offered in the webinars and really making people understand you can go without these things. And as you go without these things and save gas because you're not going to work and you're not spending money on dry cleaning or you're not able to get your hair or nails done, you taught us that, you know what, you didn't really need that stuff, you wanted it. And now you're gonna take that extra money and you're gonna pay down your debt. So I definitely wanna point out that as an aha moment for many of the members of Zeta Phi Beta.
Well, listen, this is how you know this is a kismet relationship, because my next question was, our theme for this year is actually financial healing, wisdom, wellness, and wealth. And so, as you mentioned, we're in this long COVID era. What does financial healing mean for you personally, and how do you feel like that may be showing up in your organization as you think about Dfree going forward? Whoever wants to start.
Okay. When I think about financial healing, you know, I love when Dr. Soares talks about debt being the new slavery, as well as, you know, how our community operates. Because spending money is definitely an addiction. Spending money, living beyond your means, living paycheck to paycheck, buying things that you want instead of buying things that you need, walking into apartments with big screen TVs, you know, is not okay. It's not okay. And just like with any addiction, you first have to understand that it's a problem. The thing that's most impactful to me about Dfree is meeting so many people that don't realize it's a problem. They think this is what we do. And I had to do it, so my kids have to do it. There's no, you know, generation over generational wealth, because that's going to make them weak. And I'm thinking, wow, that's an awakening. That is how we keep each other down. Keep doing that. Keep having that beautiful purse with nothing in it. keep driving that car that you got to park because you can't afford the gas. That's a sickness. And we have to call it what it is. And with any sickness, what we know will work in our community is that 12-step process, one day at a time. Unfortunately, people are familiar with it, but thank God people are familiar with it because they know it works. You have a systematic process that you walk through to become well. Each one teach one, lift as we climb. All the things that we're familiar with in our community, we need to put into play to go from being sick to being well. And the more we encourage each other to look like we have money versus having money, it's like crabs in a barrel. We don't want to spend all our money and become broke trying to look rich. And the rich people, are looking like they don't have money because they don't want you to try to come and take it. So until we understand the sickness that has been put into our communities, we cannot get well. So when you talk about financial healing, what was personal to me, I saw families destroyed in underserved areas with the material things. I have personal stories that we don't have time for, and seeing the destruction that it can cause people because they don't get it. And so when I think about personal financial healing, my goal is never to be broke. But I also teach Dfree and my family, to my friends. I just took my daughter's 12 friends through it because if she's going to hang out with them, they need to know about it too. Because what we do is bring each other down, but I would like to see a community where we lift each other up. And that's really where we are with it.
Thank you. That was excellent, excellent. Gina?
So for me, the healing, it really comes to play in two ways. Firstly, I'm watching people start to overspend again because the world is opening back up. And I'm watching them spend the money either that they don't have or maybe that they put aside that they saved during COVID when we were at home. And so that's very painful for me. And so what that pushes for me is really wanting to make sure that we double down on Dfree to make sure that we haven't forgotten those lessons that we should have learned while we were, when we first implemented it. So that is something that's very painful for me. But one of the things that we learned and we emphasize in Zeta Phi Beta is the alignment or the correlation between other society issues and lack of money. So one of the things Michelle said was, we're called upon as D9 organizations to address many ills, not just economic development or financial literacy. So what happens is, as things come up, we're civil rights organizations. We're dealing with basic needs. We're also dealing with social action. So what we've learned and what we've emphasized through our education is that when you don't have money, that impacts the increase in domestic violence. When you don't have money, it shows up as mental illness. And so there's a lot of other ills that we address as a sorority that are impacted because you don't have money and you're in debt, and the stress that it creates, and maybe the increase again in domestic violence. We have an initiative called Zeta Stings the Blues, which is dedicated to mental health, which if you look at that program, it talks about how finances impact that. So what it means to me is looking across the spectrum at all the work that we do and seeing that we really have to continue to make sure that people don't go back into debt, that they don't backtrack over this time of what may look like prosperity, which I don't know how we can look at it that way with these gas prices, but just being smart and using those tools that we learned while we were at home. And I really want to see us continue, because I am afraid of not just the impact on our organizations, meaning people not being active, people not returning to active membership or paying their dues or, participating in fundraisers, but what does it mean to that mom who the husband is now stressed and now he resorts to physical violence to get that out of his system because they're in debt. So that's what I want us to just kind of view it more holistically, and that's what we try to emphasize in the organization.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So as I get ready for my last question, I'm going to ask Shonda to come up because I do have a special presentation for both of you. But as we close out, can you give us one piece of advice that you would share for any organization that is going to consider establishing Dfree as a part of the work they do?
Integrate it into something that is already working for your organization. Every organization has some type of educational program. So for us, we have our Zeta Organizational Leadership Program, or ZOLE. So our Train the Trainer fits within ZOLE. As I indicated earlier, the social action community service aspect of it fits within Z-Hope. I think if you integrate it within what you already have existing, it won't be overwhelming to your members. And I can't emphasize enough, we have one of our chapter reps here today, Janella Puku, who, when you have someone at every level who's accountable and reports up to someone at the top, one of the two national directors for Dfree is from the Atlantic region because of the work that she did on the regional level. So I want to shout out to Neetha and all the work that she has done for the organization as well. It is important that you make your organizational members will see it as important when they see that you have someone specifically responsible for Dfree. And that is not only is it aligned with your current programmatic thrust, but it's aligned with the mission and vision of your founders when your organization was established.
Excellent. Michelle?
So what I would say is, when I think about Dfree, don't let your inability to do everything stop you from doing anything. And what I mean by that is you could easily be overwhelmed looking at Dfree and the curriculum and the events and all that you have to do, because I know in Delta we focus on not only just economic development, but educational development, political awareness and interaction. We also focus on international awareness and interaction. So we have to really be able to understand how they fit together. And for us, social action is a part of all of it. And I know, Dr. Soares talks about, because we have to change policy, someone said it earlier today, to be able to be effective in addition to teaching the community. And so when I think about starting, it's a lot that we have to do. And that's why you look at, but how do you start with something and then let it spread? And that's why we started with the $1 Billion Challenge and just exposing people. And now with Dfree Academy, it's online, it's automated. You can do a self-paced course. You can, if you don't have a lot of resources, because some of our chapters are as large as 1,000 members, some are as small as, 30 members. And so if you don't have the resources and if you're stretched, don't let that deter you, because you can easily set up an online class that's self-paced and have one or two functions to bring people together and talk about what they learned. And it's just an easy way to get started. And then you can build on that, because then the more people that start to learn and understand, then each one can teach one. So I say keep it simple. Make sure that people are really taking the time to get it. And then I agree with what you said with regards to tying it into other areas, because I know across all of our 5 programmatic thrusts, Dfree really fits in. When we think about social action and talking about the payday loans and talking about, fair housing and the stuff that just happened with that, Dfree fits into that. So social action plays a part. Education, we have to educate our youth. We have to educate one another. It fits in there. International awareness. Pastor Soares just came back from Ghana. I know in Haiti it was one of the, they were more excited about it than we were here. So we can't leave our international brothers and sisters, behind. So there's just so much that you can do with it. So pick one thing and get started. And I would say just challenge one another, not only to change the conversation, but how much debt can you pay down versus did you get that new pair of red bottom shoes? So just change the challenge and start with that. Take some time, do the $1 Billion Challenge, see where you can get to, and after a while people will ask, well, how can we reduce more debt? Because it's one thing to make the commitment, it's another thing to actually implement it. And then you can kind of go step by step from there.
Can I just issue a quick challenge?
Yes.
Because we've heard a lot about God today, and I just want to say God is about unity, and he is about prosperity. And you have 2 organizations that are here today, but there are 9 D9 organizations that represent millions of people. And I want to challenge our Council of Presidents, our National Panhellenic Council, to put the colors aside, put the differences aside, realize that we are all about the same thing, and let's, as 9 organizations, come together and promote Dfree. Because I think that's what is really God wants us to do, is to come together, recognize the need, and act as one.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is a phenomenal opportunity. You guys are sitting with two national representatives from two international organizations that represent African American and African women of the diaspora globally. And so because of that, we want to present both of you and your respective organizations with the commitment to financial freedom recognition for your respective organization, and truly thank you for your commitment to Dfree and financial freedom. And hopefully we can continue to expand our relationship to the rest of the D9. So thank them for being panelists today. Thank you all for your attention, and we appreciate your hard work. No, just take the picture. Just take. You want me to read? No, you don't. All right. Shonda, we'll turn it back over to you. Thank you very much.
How wonderful that was to see sisters in service. Thank you so much, Executive Director Tamika N. Stanbridge, Esquire. Thank you so much. International First Vice President Gina Merritt Epps, Esquire. And thank you so much from the National Economic Development Committee, Ms. Michelle Dutton. Let me just acknowledge all of the Divine Nine that are online. Stop texting me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to exclude online. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us today. This next opportunity. Well, first, before I do that, I need to pause for a PSA. If you are here and you did purchase a lunch, your lunch is available if you missed it. The lunches have returned, so if you need to go down and grab your lunch, you can, and return to us. So that was my PSA, and we apologize for the delay, and thank you so much for your patience. Now, this next conversation is going to be phenomenal, as with everything that we've seen today. We're grateful for the work that the sororities are doing, but now we're gonna move into a different segment. You get to hear from our presenting sponsors, which is Prudential Financial. First of all, you get to hear from Ryan Carter, and some of you met him yesterday. Ryan Carter is the Vice President of Business Development. What's exciting about Ryan is, I don't know how many of you were over here in the Amen section last night, but Brian is a worshiper, and we had an opportunity to celebrate Prudential as worshipers over here in the Amen corner last night. And so we're excited to have him back with a conversation. This conversation is going to be led by someone, if you were Mother Stories, you'd call him son. If you were Lady Stories, you'd call him husband. If you were Martin and Malcolm, you'd call him father. If you were a member of First Baptist Church of Lincoln Gardens, you call him Pastor Emeritus. But if you're a member of the Dfree Global Foundation staff, we call him CEO and founder, but we also call him visionary. And that's none other than Dr. DeForest B. Stories, Jr. And so after this video, the next conversation you will hear will be led by Dr. Stories, as well as his guest, Ryan Carter.
Like an eagle protects his head. We all need a rock we can rely on. To be strong. To overcome anything. To be unstoppable. That's why millions rely on the strength and financial guidance of Prudential to achieve their dreams. Who's your rock?
Praise. This is turning into the best TV production we've ever done. So I want to give the media team a round of applause, would you? We are streaming. We're streaming on 7 platforms. We're on 3 YouTube channels that we know of, and anyone who has shared has put us on an additional one. We're on 3 Facebook pages, and we're on 1 LinkedIn page, all because these young people and Mike have worked hard all week long to make sure this presentation was available far beyond those who attended physically. So we thank God for them. And Brother Ryan Carter is here from Prudential. Prudential has been our friend. You know that. We've been talking about Prudential for 11 years, and it's a mutually beneficial partnership. And that partnership seeks to close many of the gaps that exist between our community and financial capacity. Ryan Carter is one of the newest executives at Prudential, and his work will be described best by him, but I'm happy to know that he's going to be on the team of executives that interact with Dfree and the Dfree community and the Dfree initiatives. And so let's welcome Ryan Carter to the platform and to the camera. Ryan, I saw you here last night. I didn't know you were a fan of gospel music. But
I did grow up in the church, so I'm not new.
All right, then you were right at home last night.
Right.
Listen, before we talk about Prudential and all things Black America, let's talk about Ryan Carter.
Yep.
I know you're relatively new to the area. Just give us a sense of who Ryan Carter is and how it came to be that you'd be involved in this kind of work in financial services.
Sure. So my pops, my dad, has always said, you are who you are based on where you were when, right? And you can fill in the gap for whatever life moment that was or historic moment that was, but it defines who you become tomorrow, right? And so for me, that conversation happens on two planes. There's my own lived experience, and there's the experience of the generations and the family and the relatives whose shoulders I'm able to stand on today, right? So from a personal level, I'm a mixed kid from the South. I grew up outside of Richmond, Virginia, the capital of the Confederacy, off of a road that is to this day where my parents still live, named Jefferson Davis Highway, from the one Confederate president that we had. I went to school with kids who wore Confederate flags like it was a Nike swoosh, right? And so I had a front row seat from a very young age also to the persecution of my parents, both in the workplace, socially, and even some family members for choosing to love who it is that they loved. And so having that front row seat, which also extends to my college days. I went to Hampden-Sydney College, which is a small school in the middle of nowhere, Virginia, to be honest. All male, Southern, conservative, mostly white. Last place on earth I thought I was gonna be. But like many of us, I don't know that my parents had a 529. I don't know what the alternative would have been, but I was blessed to receive a scholarship. And so as a result, I did what I had to do in that moment. But when you are in that environment, I saw firsthand the work and the fight that we have in front of us. No one is coming to save us but us, right? And so a theme in my life is, look, if we're not doing the work, how can we expect someone else to do it? And that context is seen up close and personal too, just in the community in college. Hampden-Sydney is located in Prince Edward County. Prince Edward County, if you rewind to the 1800s, mid to late 1800s, W.B. Du Bois, scholar, he wrote about Prince Edward County because it was an example of a Black community that was holistic. We had a lower class, a middle class, an upper class, pastors, preachers, teachers, lawyers, doctors, and so on and so forth. But in the 1950s, when Brown versus Board of Education came down, it was also the one county in the entire country that decided, instead of integration, there is no public school. We're gonna close all of the schools. And they took some time, they stood up a couple private schools that still exist to this day, and suddenly we had a voucher program that didn't make it to our neighborhood. Right. And so what does that mean from a generational standpoint? When I'm in college, we're doing after-school programming in the high school, and we're talking to students, trying to reach students whose grandparents never went back to school when we closed the doors. And those who could leave, did leave. And so I saw at a young age, not just in my own experience at home, but then again in college, the ramifications 60, 70 years later of the systemic injustice that has been part of our American story, right?
And you know, Ryan, what you're talking about is so critical because we focus very heavily on the future and the potential that we have to craft a future of prosperity, of self-sufficiency. But my motivation really stems from the past. In other words, I don't see Dfree from the perspective of acting like everything is all right. I see Dfree from the perspective of, in Virginia, after schools were required to integrate, this county decided to shut down all of the schools for everybody.
That's right.
And then they created vouchers that only went to white children, which means that a lot of our ancestors in pockets like that just didn't have access to education. So the question becomes, what do you do with that kind of history? Well, you've got a couple of choices. You can just be mad for the rest of your life and recite it over and over, or you can decide that since we started out behind, we have to work harder for the future. And that's our philosophy. A lot of people look at us and say, well, you know, you don't spend enough time talking about racism and segregation and oppression. And the fact is, this is our response to racism, segregated, and oppression.
That's right. That's right.
By overcoming,
That's right.
to the extent that we can, all of the impact of our past. And which leads me to this whole racial wealth gap. The racial wealth gap exists in large measure not due to our ignorance or our habits, but to the policies that we inherited. When the Federal Housing Administration was formed and loans were given to people, the federal government made a decision to let the states control the money. And so in states like Virginia, Mississippi, Alabama, where there was segregation built into the state constitutions, the state officials had legal permission to deny black people those same loans, and we know that most wealth comes from home ownership. And so from a financial industry perspective, you work for Prudential, but you're not new to financial services.
Sure.
At a high level, what do you think the financial services industry can do to help us close the wealth gap?
Some of it is exactly what you just said, right? So I think first and foremost, we have to be honest and authentic about our historic role and how we got here, right? We are complicit, implicit, and in some places explicitly part of this journey to here, right? And so some of this conversation, Pru is one company, right? We need an entire industry to change. So these conversations are part and parcel to the work to be done, right? We have to change minds, change hearts. So we have to dispel some of these myths. One you just articulated. Our financial standing in this country currently is not a character judgment, right? It is not some fault of our own. We have a history book littered with chapters, right? And we can start with the 246 years. We can talk about Reconstruction, which I never say it's a failed Reconstruction, because you can't fail if you were sabotaged, right? Then we have Jim Crow. We have redlining more recently, the GI Bill, the Freedmen's Bureau. The list goes on, right? And so we didn't get here by accident. And so it starts there. And that also helps some of the conversations we've been having here, too, in terms of sometimes the conversation around finance is risky, it's scary, it's vulnerable. I think acknowledging the history that put us here first is helpful in overcoming that hurdle. This is not all about you.
Yeah, there's no question about it. You know, the last time we had a live event, we were in Indianapolis. And Shanae Harris came to represent Prudential. And Shanae really, in her presentation, made people feel so warm towards Prudential because she started with the acknowledgement that even Prudential participated in behavior that denied black people access to resources. And that level of transparency and honesty is the foundation of a good relationship. And that's why I've had a decent relationship with Prudential, because they will tell the truth after they hear the truth. And, you know, my leader said the truth will set you free.
Amen.
So in terms of Prudential, I happen to know because of meetings I've been in over the last 2 years that Prudential is really attempting to craft new strategies and new methods as it relates to its partnership and business with Black America. I know that it's still in development, but tell us what you can about where you think Prudential is headed and what principles and practices we might look forward to.
Sure. I think one of the things, one of the things that makes Pru different is the approach in and of itself, right? I'll just say my former employer, I'll leave it at that. But my life was very transactional. It was always looking for the next trade. It was looking for monetization, right? And if it helped the community, great. But if we couldn't make money on it. And so we are flipping that narrative, right? We are trying to build the financial inclusion system of tomorrow that is built with us in mind. And so how do we do that? We can't be prescriptive. We can't be assuming. We can't be omniscient about what it is that folks need. And so it starts really here, right? Conversation and partnership at the local level, such that we can understand what the needs in the community actually are. And then our job, my job, right? We're supposed to put together the puzzle to bring to bear all the things that Pru does. We've been good at finance for almost 150 years. So how do we bring all of those tools and capabilities into the neighborhood in a way that is useful? And what I mean by that is, and it's another myth that constantly affects our community, is this idea that we're a monolith, that we're all the same, right? But the truth of the matter is my lived experience and your lived experience and everyone else's lived experience is going to be somewhat different. We are unified in being Black in this country, but our experience is different. And so if that's true at a life level, it's also true from a financial journey level. And so we cannot sit around the hoop, if you will, and wait for the easy rebound and wait for Dr. Soares to do all the work that's hard. And then when you make it, we show up and push a product. That doesn't work, right? So the questions that we are asking are deeply ingrained in the people in the community to try to create what I will call an ecosystem, a surround sound, partnerships, such that if there is a ramp towards financial freedom, we can meet you if you are trying to get out of debt. We can meet you if you're having a child, if you're buying a home, if you're protecting those assets, or if you're investing and getting ready for retirement, right? That bottom-up, ground-up co-creation, I think, is what Pru is changing.
If we were having a Sunday morning service, I could just say the doors of the church are open. I mean, you described it very well, so succinctly, and it's critical that Prudential, with its size and success and with its history, be thinking and talking that way. What has frustrated me about corporate America, especially the financial services industry, is that while we are generally a relational people, the financial services industry is a transactional industry. And if there's no transaction forthcoming quickly,
that's right,
then that industry is generally not interested in you. And Prudential is beginning to behave in a way that reflects the relational strategy and not just the transactional strategy. Listen, we've had Prudential financial professionals, some are here today, who have sat down with our referrals and told them, Prudential has no product for you. And has literally sat down with our people and said, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do that, but Prudential does not do that. And see, that's integrity. Because in many companies, they will hustle you just to get a commission.
That's right.
And sell you something you don't need, and you don't find out until that person's long gone. So I could see why you'd be interested in partnering with this company, because it is not your normal financial services company.
There is something in the water.
Well, first of all, any company partners with me is not normal. Because I'm not predictable enough to have a normal relationship. Yeah, well, that's great. I really appreciate your commitment, your interest, and your perspective. And I just can't believe you've gotten so much done, and you just got here.
Well, look, I'm taking credit in this moment for a lot of work of folks that have been working before me. Let's be very clear, and we're proud of that work. And I think what's beautiful is that we are just starting, and we are again, I think, internally doing the hard work too, changing minds, changing hearts. Right? Oftentimes, these businesses, as we think about the Black community historically, we've been thought about as a charity case. right? What are the things we can do at the margin? We're beyond that conversation, right?
Yeah.
We're becoming part and parcel to business of an everyday way of life.
One of my observations about Prudential that I've told Prudential about is that its lines of business function in silos, and often one department doesn't know what the other department is doing. And if Prudential is really going to be of value to black people, you know, y'all got to speak to each other. You know, we need all of Prudential at the same time.
It's so true.
And it's taken a long time to get there, but have you found that level of planning is really now taking root?
Well, to be honest with you, Dr. Soares, like that's the work, right? Like that is what we are figuring out today as we build. In some ways, because it's a different way of thinking, not just from an industry standpoint, but also inside of Prudential.
Right.
We're building the car and the road, and we're driving all at the same time. But again, I think what's beautiful about that is that the end state will not be prescriptive, right? Again, if we co-create something, right? Dad used to say this too. You want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, you go together, right? And so, again, not showing up saying, I know better than you or know different than you or anything like that, but asking you a question and then working to meet your need. And if we don't have it, we're finding partners like you who can help us get there, right?
That's great. That's great. That's great. Yeah, that's clap worthy. You know, Dr. King in 1957 really started using this line, I have a dream. It became famous in 1963, and Dr. King's dream was not only one of social equality, but economic parity. And after Dr. King was assassinated, the black community kind of focused on politics and began electing people to office using the voting rights from 1965 to propel us into positions to develop policies. But now, all of these years later, we still find that blacks are disproportionately low income, that black people have higher unemployment rates, that most black businesses have one employee or less. And so, you know, my dream is that the economic benefits of social freedom would cause more parity between blacks and other races. I mean, what is your dream as a corporate executive in terms of what the corporate role will be in making that happen?
So I can say this on a couple levels. You know, I'll attack it from a personal one first. Thinking about MLK, right? If you talk about that moral arc, one of the dreams of mine is that we all understand our collective role. Again, nobody's coming to save us. So if you believe there's an arc and you believe it bends, then you got to know that it doesn't bend by itself. Right? And so part of our job is to pick up that rope and start pulling in whatever way that you can, whether that's in the professional space, your community, at school, and it doesn't matter if you're a doctor or a finance person, right? And then to answer your broader question about what the end state is, the dream, look, life's a game. Again, quoting my pops, go play it. The reality is that they don't tell us the game is built like this, right? And so the idea is that we get access to the things that you put on paper and said we could have access to in the first place. Right? Such that we're not having conversations about catching up, but having conversations about keeping up. And what that means for the work at Prudential is that we also slightly change the way we think about giving, think about the philanthropic work that we're doing. As an example, we just invested with Atlanta Wealth Initiative, and their purpose is to support small businesses in 3 critical ways, right? Access to capital, which we historically don't get. Technical services, which when you go into a community and you ask what is the biggest missing resource for small black businesses, we've got great products, great people, great services, but I don't know how to get from where I am to where I'm going because there's technical language in there that again is exclusionary. And then third, thinking about ownership, because what's also true about small businesses versus big corporations, you take Newark for example, there are something like 22,000 small businesses in Newark. 70% of them are minority owned. So the Atlanta Black Wealth Initiative has an ownership policy that they help push as well, such that employees have jobs that come with dignity, come with a way to truly build wealth and get away from paycheck to paycheck. So again, as we think about how we approach and show up in different markets, show up different than we used to, such that we are providing fishing poles and hooks and the technique to do so, so that again, you can start at any point on this ladder and get to where it is you need to be going.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because while it's not spelled out in our existing curriculum explicitly, it will be in the next iteration of our curriculum where we distinguish between types of debt. One of the weaknesses that we've discovered in Dfree is that as soon as you say Dfree, the assumption is we're only talking about debt-free.
Right.
And when you focus so heavily on debt-free, the assumption is that it's all debt.
That's right.
And so we distinguish really between three types of debt generally. First of all, there's emergency debt. A lot of people are in debt because they had emergency, they had no savings, they had to borrow the money just to stem the tide.
Right.
That's why we talk about saving and investing and having access to your own capital so that when an emergency happens, you don't have to go to a payday lender. Then there's lifestyle debt. That's the debt that Michelle was talking about.
Yep.
You know, Michelle was up here dressed in red, hating on red bottoms, and then the sister from the Zetas had on red bottoms. I was like, oh my Lord.
We're not a monolith.
There go those deltas again. You know? But lifestyle debt, that's the debt I talk a lot about, because my problem with debt had to do with I wanted to look like I had more money than I did. And lifestyle debt is the high interest debt that eats away at our financial capacity. But there's also strategic debt.
That's right.
And strategic debt is using capital for strategic reasons in wealth creation.
That's right.
And what you talked about, the fishing pole, and what Prudential does outside of insurance. You know, a lot of people just think Prudential does insurance. But Prudential also gives opportunity to small businesses, invests in initiatives like the Atlanta Initiative. Talk about this access to capital that Prudential can help not only provide but leverage to ensure that we can, in fact, do business. You know, when my company has a contract to do consulting, I don't get paid in advance. I get paid after the work, and I need to operate and pay staff in between.
That's right.
So talk about that more broadly, the strategic access to capital that's going to be a big part of this puzzle.
Right. And so, you know, when we think about closing the racial wealth gap, we think about it in terms of assets and ownership, right? And so a home is an asset, but I need a mortgage to own that asset. We can go for days about the history of that market, right? But part of this, again, is partnerships. We're not a mortgage lender, but, you know, one of my aspirations is to find the Dr. Soris in the banking industry that has products such that if you've historically been locked out of the market, here's your second chance. If you need a payday loan, we've got a product for that. You can get quick cash in 4 hours. And these things exist, right? And again, it's up to us to start to put all of this together in a coherent way, such that you're not left with Google and guessing, but you can have some trusted folks around you to point you in the right direction. And to your point again about access to credit, it's also about finding the right lender. I come from the community development space before this job. Those are essentially banks that go into low-income neighborhoods and communities, and they make the loans that Wells Fargo won't make, right? 95 cents on the dollar at CDFIs go right back into low-income communities. And so again, this is a puzzle-make piece conversation where at Pru, we have to just be upfront and acknowledge the things that we do and don't do. But we do have to be very cognizant and intentional about filling in those gaps. Because again, we want to be a partner from day one to the next stage, right? But we're going to do that as a collective and not alone.
Yeah, and I've said that to Prudential from day one. Dfree does not expect Prudential to be its only corporate partner.
Right.
But the reality is, if a Prudential executive calls J.P. Morgan Chase and says, why don't you partner with us on something, they'll answer the call much more quickly than if a Black Baptist preacher calls.
100%.
And so we need the strength of Prudential, not only in a direct partnership, but also in helping us coalesce other partners, because as Prudential goes, so goes the market in many ways. And that's That's going to be new because, quite frankly, Prudential has not done a lot of that in the past. But I'm looking to your leadership and the new team that you're assembling to really be actively involved in pulling in other partners to the $1 Billion Challenge and to the Zeta Phi Beta sorority and the Deltas to help us in ways that Prudential cannot. Now, Prudential has brought in our whole support for people drowning in debt, the professional debt counseling.
That's right.
That came through Prudential.
That's right. Green Path.
Green Path.
That's right.
Our partnership with who's the student loan company that we use?
Vault.
Vault. That came through Prudential. So Prudential's already started on that level.
Right.
But we're going to need Prudential to talk to BlackRock and JP Morgan Chase and other giants in the financial services industry because we have a giant challenge in our community that Prudential can't resolve alone. But I appreciate your vision and your approach and your temperament because, you see, I couldn't work at Prudential. I'm too impatient, I'm too loud. But see, a guy like you from Virginia, very suave and calm, you'll do very well at Prudential.
There's many different hats and many different faces.
That's right, that's right, that's right. Many roads lead to the kingdom. Well, I just can't tell you how much I appreciate you. You were here last night. Your team has been here. I've seen them moving around, asking questions, offering support. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. As we get further away from COVID, I think we'll be doing many, many more live events. I know that in Atlanta, Detroit, and Newark, we've got some big plans.
We're hoping to light it up.
For next year, that's right. But what we'll be doing is distributing these videos from these recordings broadly to get people ready for next year. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Is there anything else about your role, your life, your vision, your dreams that you want to make sure we know before we end?
No, I think you got it all. Look, I really appreciate you for this opportunity, for the time, and on behalf of my colleagues at Peru, we thank you for your partnership. I was telling someone in the bookstore earlier as I bought some Dfree swag, we're just getting started, right? You've grown so much in the last, now over 15 years, 800 churches plus, et cetera, and we're just getting started. So thank you for your partnership and looking forward to it.
Thank you, Brother Carter. Appreciate it. Come on, let's give it up for Ryan Carter. Reverend Sutton, you're in charge.
Wow, I have the power. Thank you both, thank you both, thank you both. Great, great, great to know all of the wonderful things that our partnership with Prudential is birthing, and I hope you all enjoyed hearing our CEO and founder. We're going to bring him back a little bit later. But first, I'd like to acknowledge our host pastor who is here in the building today, Pastor Dante R. Quick, a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. We mentioned that earlier. We thank you so much, and we also thank the First Baptist Church of Lincoln Gardens family for hosting us again. You all have been so gracious, and so we appreciate you, and thank you again, Pastor Quick. Yes, give it up. As we prepare to close our session, I know you all don't want to leave me. I know. We do have some exciting information to share with you. Many of you are asking, what's next? What's next for Dfree Global Foundation? And you're going to hear about that because you are here today, whether you're joining us online or in the building in person. We're giving you a sneak peek about what is to come. You're going to be the first to hear it, and so we're very happy to have a couple of presentations, really quickly ones, I promise you this time, and that you'll be able to enjoy. I also want to remind everyone that there were so many gems that were dropped throughout this conference. I hope you enjoyed them, but just in case you missed something in any of the presentation, it is going to be available for rewatch. So you will have an opportunity to do that so you can share it with your organizations, you can share it with your churches, and you can share it to everybody who missed it. And so we want to make sure you do that as well. Another gentle reminder, if you are interested in having a one-on-one with a financial professional, Prudential is still available at the close of our session, so you can meet with them one-on-one. If you're joining us virtually, you can go to dfree.com, dfree.com/gethelp. That's dfree.com/gethelp, and you'll be joined with a financial professional. Last but not least, We do have time for testimonies. We're going to be bringing you back. So if there's anybody who is interested in sharing their Dfree testimony or a testimony from conference or just a testimony, let me not be so churchy. If you want to share some, what's another word for testimony? Because I speak church. Anybody? Praise report? No, that's churchy. Success story. Thank you. Pastor Lanier right there. Success story, yes, because I don't want to be so churchy. If you're interested, all 3 mics will be open. We just need you to sign a release before you do. We don't want to do anything without your permission, so we have releases available for you, but we do want to hear from you. There's one person I'm praying on right now that I'm praying that she will share her testimony because it is phenomenal. She knows who she is, and so we want to look forward to that. But right before our testimonies, we want to make sure that we go to this next reel, which will share with you information about Dfree Africa, as well as some of the phenomenal things that are happening in Dfree Global Foundation in our near future.
In the eastern region of Ghana is the Achin Ebuakwa Kingdom, one of the largest traditional states in the country. With over 900 towns and villages and a population of about 2 million people, each town or village has a chief or regent and a queen mother, all of whom report to the king and his queen mother. They are called queen mothers because they are both partners to the chiefs and mothers to their communities. Her Highness Nana Educhimwa Dopia is queen mother over the whole kingdom and deputy to the king, His Majesty Osajefo Amoitia Foripeni, the Ochinhene. As queen mother of the kingdom, Nana Dopia formed an association of queen mothers to foster interaction, education, and sanitation programs among the women of different communities, leading to the establishment of the Queen Mothers Women Empowerment Project.
When we first started, there were just about 7 Queen Mothers. We wanted to promote clean environments, encourage women to send their girls to school, and provide peer support for the women in our communities. Today, we are so much more.
The foundation currently has about 170 Queen Mothers who engage in community-based projects aimed at creating wealth in low-income and underserved communities. They have also partnered with local banks and financial institutions for low-interest microloans for disbursement to women in participating communities. Through Dfree Global Foundation Incorporated, Dr. DeForest B. Soris Jr. in Koswahine, which means Chief of Development of the Kingdom, has undertaken to support the Queen Mothers Women Empowerment Project. The Dfree movement is facilitating access to soft loans and grants and the development of a special curriculum to provide financial literacy and basic business management skills for beneficiaries.
These women have so much potential to increase their income by growing their businesses. They just need help to get there. And that's where we can support them by funding their enterprises through this microfinance program that offers small loans and even grants they don't have to pay back.
In addition to this, the Dfree movement has funded the development of a user-friendly, simple interface mobile app through which beneficiaries can apply for, receive, and repay loans. The app was designed and developed by Tech Deviser, a Ghanaian tech startup founded by and employing college students and graduates in the industry. This is the Sika app, in the local language of the women of these communities, as well as in several regions of Ghana. Sika means money.
This app is simple. Users will download it on their phones, register a profile with a name and a phone number, and apply for a loan or a grant. Once approved, they get a notification and receive their payouts through their mobile money wallets, which is similar to our Cash App or Venmo.
The app will also facilitate loan repayment through mobile money, with helpful reminders and other useful features, easy enough for everyone to use, regardless of level of education.
On October the 12th, 2022, we will launch this Sika app at the Ofori Panin Friye Palace in Chebby, which is the headquarters for the Achem Abuakwa Kingdom in Ghana. Not only will we launch this app, but I plan to present a grant of $50,000 to the Queen Mother's Women's Empowerment Project, which will oversee the microloan program. I'm asking you to join me in raising this $50,000 to ensure that over 100 women will have an opportunity to grow their income by expanding their businesses through this great program. Please contact me today if you're willing to donate and be a part of this great economic empowerment project in Ghana.
America launched the Summer of Healing during Juneteenth weekend in Texas and New York.
I'm super excited about Summer of Healing. It's a chance for us to empower a lot of change makers who are on the ground, who are working to stop violence in our community.
The movement is elevating community leaders who are working to reduce violence during the summer, bridge divides between the Black community and police, and create mutually beneficial solutions for peace.
It's important to do this kind of work today because there is so much rancor, there's so much division that younger people could end up being pessimistic instead of optimistic. And I think this work invites not only solutions, but it also invites the country to rally around solutions to problems that seem to be impossible to solve.
Due to the Summer of Healing, nearly $2 million in grants will be distributed among 43 organizations in 18 cities, including Chicago, Illinois, Atlanta, Georgia, Newark, New Jersey, and Minneapolis, Minnesota. The funding will support grassroots anti-violence activities.
There are community leaders who are creating conversations between Black communities and police. There are organizations that are working with persons returning home from prison to ensure that they can participate in community life. There are organizations that are dealing with self-development in high crime areas to show young people options over violence.
Dr. DeForest B. Soaries Jr. and Opal Lee are the co-chairs of the Summer of Healing. Dr. Soaries is also a co-chair for Heal America, a movement to fight racial injustice with love and redemption. Lee, who was also known as the grandmother of Juneteenth, is also a Nobel Peace Prize nominated activist and leader. She campaigned for Juneteenth to be recognized as a federal holiday by delivering 1.5 million signed petitions to Congress and walking 2.5 miles in recognition of the 2.5 years it took to inform enslaved Black people in Texas of their freedom after the Emancipation Proclamation.
You know, she's been doing this 20 years, before the cameras, before the holiday. She's been walking like this with small groups of people. And what this says is that if you're consistent, even if you start small, victory comes in the end.
That hope, that's what drives the Summer of Healing.
By the end of summer 2022, we're hoping that the nation will realize that in the toughest areas of this country and in the most significantly challenging problems, solutions are possible.
In Texas, Brittany Smallwood for Heal America.
Presenting the new Dfree Online Academy. This is a brand new space dedicated to making your learning experience as seamless and fruitful as possible. To get started, visit academy.dfreefoundation.org. Our homepage features a brief message from our founder and CEO, Dr. DeForest B. Soaries Jr. You can also read one of our Dfree success stories, find out about our upcoming events, or reach out to our team for assistance in getting started. Additionally, there are links leading to our various social media spaces, the $1 Billion Challenge, and Dfree Global Foundation Incorporated, as well as information on our commitment to making the Dfree Online Academy equitable and accessible to all. You can look into our courses using the Course tab and find out which one is right for you, learn more about our organization on the About tab, and get in touch with our team on the Contact page. Once you're ready to get started, click on Join Now on the home page or Sign Up in the top right corner. Then, set up your account with your name, email address, and zip code, and create a password and username. The username is how you will be visible to other Dfree Online Academy users. After agreeing to the terms and conditions and the privacy policy, and clicking the Create Account button, you will receive an email asking you to activate your account. It is possible that your activation email could be miscategorized into your spam or junk folder, so please be sure to check in there as well. Activate your account, then sign in with your email address and password. When you log in, you will find yourself in your Dfree Online Academy classroom. Here you will be able to view all courses available to you, any courses you have in progress, and your completed courses. These options are also visible on the left side of the page, along with your profile and your groups. Another way to access these is to click on your profile icon in the top right corner of the page. When you're ready to get started with a course, click on Available Courses to view all your options. Select the one you'd like to take and read more in its description. Then, click on Take this course and Start Course. You will be directed to the first lesson, where you can click to view the content. After you're finished with an activity, the Mark Complete button will turn green, and you can click on it to continue to the next section. If you decide not to continue a course or realize that you enrolled in an incorrect one, you can return to the course overview page and unenroll. Once you're ready to return to it, click on Take this course once again, and you will be able to continue with all your progress intact. After completing a course, you will be able to download your certificate from the course overview page, and it'll show your name, the course, and your completion date. If you would like to change your information in the Dfree Online Academy, go to My Profile and use the Edit button to change your name and username. You can also add or change your profile and banner photos by clicking on the camera icon that appears when you hover over the image. Groups are an upcoming feature where users within an organization, family, or any other social collective can link their accounts and track each other's collective progress in their courses. Keep your eyes peeled for this feature coming soon. Finally, you can invite people to join the Dfree Online Academy using the Email Invites tab. If you're ever in need of assistance inside the Dfree Online Academy, click on Get Help, where you will find a forum for sharing any issues you are experiencing. You can browse through the discussions to see if anyone had a similar problem that was resolved, or you can create a new post explaining your issue for a Dfree team member to look into. When you're finished, you can log out of the Dfree Online Academy to continue your learning journey another day. We hope that you will get as much out of this platform as we have put into it, and we thank you for being a part of the Dfree family.
As you can see, we have a lot in store for you, and we hope you're able to take full advantage over all that we've worked hard on to serve you. One of the biggest things that we love to do here at Dfree Global Foundation is to hear how we are impacting the community. Our funders like to hear about it. We want to know our team, our staff. We get very encouraged when we hear how we're impacting the community. So at this time, if there's anybody who'd like to share a Dfree testimony, what did we say? Success story, a Dfree success story. If there's anyone who'd like to say yes, please feel free to do so. All three mics are open. I just ask that before you leave that you'll sign a release, because we do use these to be able to encourage others. So if there's anybody at this time who would like to share a Dfree testimony. Thank you so much. You want to come to the mic there? She said, yes, I'm so happy. I wanted you all to hear this story. God bless you. Put your hands together for Sister Winona.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Winona Caldwell, and I did Dfree for the first time back when we had classes, you know, in the basement. And over the years, kept those principles in place. And then when they offered the online class for the first time, I decided to take it as a refresher. And to my great surprise, at the end of the class, I was the first recipient of, what was it called, a scholarship. So I was ecstatic. I won the $1,000 scholarship. And so I'm here to say thank you again. Thank you, Pastor Soares. Thank you to the Dfree team. It came at a time when I really needed it. But I really look at Dfree coming into my life at a time. I'd always tried to live by some of the principles, but this really helped me to really set myself up, as a single mom, to be able to retire without, being so strung out in terms of, being financially. And also appreciate the fact, or really grateful, that I was able to get my son involved, and that it came when he was in college. So using what we learned when, in college they offer you the kids the credit cards, and they don't even have jobs. So I told him to use me as an excuse. Your mama says you can't have one. And so, blessed be to God, he didn't. He did not get a credit card until he graduated from college. So I am grateful to Dfree for all you've done for me and for my son, and thank you again for the scholarship.
I am so grateful that you were led to share. I really appreciate it. We all appreciate it. We all met virtually, and so when you see people in person and you hear their testimony, it is a blessing to us, and our staff is very much here. We have another one on the mic. I see one over here, and then we'll come to you. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll keep my mask up. Hi, my name is Floretta Caldwell, and I just want to first off to say thank you to Pastor Soares and the Dfree organization. I actually joined First Baptist Church as a result of coming to the church and hearing Pastor Soares preach and talk about financial literacy. So to make a long story short, about 8 years ago, my husband and my daughter and I, we joined First Baptist. And one of the things that going through the classes, I said, okay, Pastor gave us specific outlines as to what we needed to do. And the first thing was to get started. So when I said, okay, well, we're going to get started, we had a mortgage. That was the only debt that we had. So we created a budget. And in addition to that, we sold stuff on eBay. We had yard sales. We gave no Christmas gifts. And one of the things that the Dfree conferences had, one year we had the eBay organization come, and actually there was individuals who shared their testimonies about how they sold boxes. So as I was sitting in the Dfree conference, I was taking notes, annotating exactly what they were selling. This gentleman sold empty boxes of all of his Nike shoes and his iPhones. So that's what I did. So as a result of that, we paid off the mortgage. The next thing I did was I said, okay, Pastor in his instruction said, don't take that money and spend it. I took the money from the sell-off of the completion of the mortgage and purchased a 3-family house in Woodbridge, New Jersey. Then after I did that, I said, okay, what's next? I said, we paid that mortgage off. And that was through sacrifice. And then after that, we just purchased a townhouse in Tallahassee, Florida, as an additional. So I just want to say that this works. I can't say enough, Pastor. Thank you so much. You have changed my life. I have a will, because that was the other thing that he taught. So every word, everything that you taught me, I have taken it to heart, and I have given back. I was also a part of the Dfree ministry for several years, because remember, that's another principle, is to give back. So I just want to let you know that you can do it. And I don't have a PhD. I have a few years of college, but one thing I do have is the Lord and commitment. So thank you, Pastor.
Wow, wow. God is so good. God is so good. And this is a prime example of what Dfree does. It's not just a curriculum, it's a lifestyle. And it's embedded in lifestyle. And you can see the fruits and see everything come to fruition. So thank you so much for sharing your testimony. Yes, ma'am. Find a woman.
Yes, find a woman. Just as our international first vice president mentioned, sometimes we're, and also as Dr. Soros has mentioned, sometimes we're in debt due to crises and emergency. When I joined the church with myself, at the time married, 7 years ago, and I took the Dfree course and had the certification and was very proud to have that, I had no idea that a few years later, out of crises, I needed to prepare a new life with nothing, absolutely nothing. And then reaching out to Prudential, reaching out to different services that were supposed to help families in crises, they weren't able to help my circumstances where I was caring for my mother, parent of 2 children, and now at 50, starting with absolutely nothing. Where was I going with that? So I remembered in trying to create a resource with whatever talents that I had, how was I now going to be able to take care of myself? Had a corporate job, but that meant nothing when in the middle of crises, everything is removed from you. How do you move forward? So I remembered the steps, and I said, okay, God has given me everything I need for life and godliness. What tools do I have? Are we going to start over and try to make do? So we began resourcing whatever we had. When you're in crises, you don't have to worry about, well, what do we want versus what do we need? You need a place to live, you need food, you need shelter. So with whatever skills I have, I try to maneuver and factor those facts in. Because I started off in my crisis with a 740 credit score, I utilized the credit score to acquire more credit to help me utilize and start a foundation all over again. Now, unfortunately, the credit plummeted to 540, but with a plan is when I started the credit. So when using that, working very feverishly, was able to build the credit score back up to 780. However, in doing so, I had to teach my children, or we had to embrace, if we don't need it, we're not gonna get it. What do we need? We had to teach one another and help each other with whatever talents we had to make gifts, or to cook as our gift, or whatever resources we had so that we could still love it on each other, give to one another, and not feel without. When our first Thanksgiving took place, in our new normal, it was really unnormal, and it was a very nervous time of how are we going to provide, how are we going to have, what are we going to do? The kids are already broken, how do we create? And we created a family network, not only within our bloodline, but within our family network to make our Thanksgiving, a potluck. Come on, everybody come over, let's have fun. And although it wasn't the thing we were used to doing, we figured out how to start all over and create it again. From that place, I began utilizing what I learned to do with myself and began helping other women and men and families in crises and figure out how to do what they needed to do. From that, I relaunched Liberating Women, which helps women and families who are in crises utilize whatever tools you have through your steps of success to figure out how can I monetize whatever talents and skills that I have, how can I clip coupons so that I can keep my money in my pocket and still walk away with the store and you give me money back after I have my purchase. We just tried to figure out how we were going to do what we were going to do. So from the debt that I did have, which is student loans, it's a long suitcase of student loans, but then I quadrupled the debt, but I, at this point, reduced it now to 1/3 of the debt. So we're still on our path. Our story hasn't ended, but we are learning as a family network how to utilize all of our tools, all of our resources, that although no one's going to come rescue us, what tools do we have so we can pick up our rope and pull and keep pressing forward? Woo! Oh my.
Listen, I'm so full. I heard so many Dfree principles as you were speaking, and it just flowing out of you. One of the biggest ones that I did hear that I was so excited was not just, but the give back. You gave back. You definitely gave back. You used what you had, and so that's wonderful. But the other thing is that Dfree is not anti-credit. We're not anti-credit, but we use credit as a strategy. And so I thank you for sharing even that part of your testimony. Thank you so much. Wow, that was rich. Hello, Miss Sonia.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Sonia Asante. I'm here with my wonderful husband, Kwame. Few things. I've been a member of First Baptist Church since before Dfree, but I will confess that I have not taken the Dfree course. I have all the material, and I have looked at it, I have shared it, I have given it as gifts to others, but have not taken the Dfree
And
course.
you're a spokesmodel.
However, pardon?
You're also a spokesmodel.
Yes, I am. I have attended Dfree conferences, am on pamphlets, am in advertising. But with all that, as I tell everybody when I encourage people to come to the conferences, you will not leave without some really valuable nuggets. We have adopted a lot of Dfree principles without taking the courses. And we are pleased and privileged to have been able to retire, both of us together, at the tender age of 57 on Friday coming, and 55. And part of that is because of great planning. And a lot of that is we have, the only debt we have left right now is our mortgage and a small car note that'll be done shortly. But other than that, there is no debt. And with a son who is going into his senior year in college, he will graduate with no debt.
Thank God.
Somebody mentioned yesterday having several financial advisors. We do have a financial planner. We have worked with Prudential, and that was as a result of Prudential being present at the women's conference and doing a one-on-one. And so Maddie has become part of our family. We have a tax accountant who we've also talked to and consult with when we look at those matters. So we do have several people who we work with, professionals who work with us to help with our finances. So the ability to make this move that we've been able to make has been definitely impacted by Dfree and by some of the things that we've learned in Dfree. And so now we're looking forward to the next chapter. We're looking forward to being able to give back. We're looking forward to doing more with Dfree here and in Ghana, which is our other home. And so we thank you to the Dfree team, to Pastor Soares, Dr. Soares, and the Dfree team for all of your work. And thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. That's amazing, just being around the curriculum. Now, you didn't realize that even in service, as people are sharing their testimonies, and even in service, as Pastor Soares was preaching and sharing his sermons, you were getting Dfree nuggets. And just being on the cover of our pamphlets, look at how God has blessed. And so we thank God for you and your testimony, and just, I hope that everybody's encouraged by what we have heard and what we have seen. If there are no more testimonies, we want to say thank you for joining us, and I'd like to bring up the one and only Reverend Dr. DeForest B. Soares Jr. with closing remarks.
Let's thank Reverend Sutton for all the work she's done over the last couple of days. There were times when she was not supposed to be on the mic, and she was on the mic, but she didn't throw anybody under the bus, like me, for instance. So thank you, Reverend Sutton, for your leadership, your spokespersonship, and your being MC throughout this ordeal. Now, I'll tell you, this is just inside talk. We have a program, we have a contract with the Franklin Township Public Schools. And the contract is to provide mentors to young people at the high school who need some extra help and extra encouragement and some extra guidance to ensure that they'll graduate. These two men on the cameras, they are not media men. These are two of our mentors at the high school who we drafted to help us today. Would you help me thank them? Thank you, Vito. Thank you, Brett, for your help. I know they look official, but they know nothing about cameras, but they just jumped up here and did the work.
I don't know if you got the full message. I'm just going to say this, and then we're going home. In Ghana, the Ochehini that we work with, who was a member of our church here, he is the king of the eastern region of Ghana. The kingdom is called the Atem Abuakwa Kingdom. There are 2.3 million people in that kingdom. And in Ghana, the structure of the traditional Ghanaian culture is that there's a king and then there's a queen mother. The queen mother is not the king's wife, not the king's mother, but the queen mother is a position independent of the king, but the queen mother is the kingmaker. You cannot become the king without the approval of the queen mother. And then every village has its own queen mother, like the Zetas have a Dfree coordinator in every chapter. Every village, there are 930 villages in that kingdom. And the queen mother, among other projects, has started a microloan program to help women in that kingdom buy more seeds if they're growing crops, to buy more products if they're selling at the market. And they work through the local queen mother in each village, and they need the equivalent of $200 to $500 US. And if they have access to that kind of capital, they will, in fact, be able to expand their income exponentially. And so the queen mother has set up the structure, started the training. Our staff in Ghana is adapting the Dfree curriculum to be used by those women, and we're going to donate $50,000 startup money for the microloan program so that those women who don't need to know about credit cards will have access to capital so they can grow their businesses. And the app that we created with young Ghanaian talent is the app that they can use to apply for the money and pay the money back. That's what that presentation was about, and I wanted you to hear it first today. When we go to Ghana in October, we're actually going to present the check and launch the app and help the Queen Mother launch the program. So thank you for your prayers and your support. Tomorrow morning, when I'm at First Baptist Sunday morning worship, as has been my custom for over 30 years, I've saved the big announcement for tomorrow, but a preview is this. Zetas and Deltas have inspired this. We're going to launch in a few weeks a campaign where the local organization whose members pay down the most debt is going to win a $25,000 cash prize. I'm working on the details, but remember, to make it equal, you heard what the Delta said. Some chapters have 1,000 members, some chapters have 30 members, and the way we're going to make it fair is that we'll add up the total amount paid by the chapter, divided by the number of members that participate, and the average will represent how much money they've paid down. And so the chapter or the church or the community group that pays down the most debt, this is just the first round. That chapter will win the $25,000, and we have many more organizations that are signing up to participate, but this will be the only national campaign in Black America where Black people can win a prize for paying off their own debt. Yeah. So I'm very excited about that. Thank you to the Dfree staff. Thank you to the First Baptist leadership and staff. And thank you to all of you who came and participated. Thank you to those who have watched the recording, who stream live online. And certainly thanks be to God who gives us any victory we can get through Jesus Christ our Lord. Pastor Quick, would you lead us in prayer to close, please?
Thank you for Dfree for being here, for Dr. Soares for allowing us to host this conference. It was our humble privilege, and we hope you all were treated very well here at First Baptist. Let's pray. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, God of our victory through the years, we thank you for the opportunity to gather this day, to take seriously our stewardship, to think about the liberating principles that have come through your servant. Allow us to leave here more charged, more disciplined, with a vision not to be enslaved, to become lenders and not borrowers, to free others in our communities, to live out the gospel, to be the people you designed us to be. Lord, open up windows so that the blessings you want to pour out will not only cascade over us, but generations down the line will be able to say, look what the Lord has done for us. We leave with gratefulness in our hearts for not only what you have done, not only what you're doing right now, but Lord, we thank you for blessings we have not seen yet, for victories we have not encountered yet, for eyes have not seen. But we believe in faith that it is done. Through Jesus' name, amen. I hope you all have an amazing weekend.
This is what I get for leaving.